Hey y'all, welcome to Live and Upfront Media. We're your hosts, Ruby and Mel, and we have a really good show for you guys today. Hey Ruby.
Goodbye. Hey girl, what's up? What's up? And yes,
Hey.
absolutely, we do have a wonderful, wonderful show for y'all. So I hope y'all are sharing it. Y'all better be over there sharing it right now at this moment. Okay.
Right.
Um, and now while we're waiting for people to file in, I'm gonna tell y'all how much y'all are loved. Y'all are so loved that instead of doing what I want to do today, I am here with y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all what I wanted to do today. Today, a miracle was born. Not Jesus, no. My godson was born, okay, 10 years ago today, April 12th. It was the day before Good Friday 10 years ago, but it doesn't matter. Okay, now it's like 4 days before Good Friday. Point is, that boy was born at 24 weeks. Melody, have you ever seen a baby born at 24 weeks gestation?
Never, never in my life, but happy birthday.
Now, let me tell y'all, look down at your hand. Open your hand and look down at your hand. Okay? This baby, my godson, would have fit into the palm of your hand. I'm not even kidding.
Aw.
Okay? We used to reach into the incubator and we could like cup our hand over him like it was a little roof of a house, and he would fit entirely underneath it. He was impossible. He was impossible. Like looking at that kid, you're like, that's not a kid. That's not a person. This is crazy.
Aw.
Melody, his chances of surviving the weekend were like 10, not even 7%.
Yeah.
His chances of being, without any type of deficit, any type of problems was like almost 0%. Do you know that child is perfectly healthy? Not a thing wrong with him. No
That,
deficits, no disabilities. Brilliant. He is a
that
brilliant, totally on track. Okay.
a
Intelligent.
miracle child.
What did I say? A miracle was born, right? So
Mm-hmm.
that little boy is, and trust me, and everyone in the world loves him. He's the sweetest little, most caring, most kindest little boy. Oh my gosh, he's amazing. He is the light of my life. I am his. Okay, listen. I basically, we like to call him like, okay, I am like his daddy, okay? Because his daddy ain't ish. I wouldn't be real. He really isn't. But right, I'm basically like his spiritual daddy. Okay, he takes after me. He has birthmarks in the same place as me. He shares a blood type with me. Okay, and I'm the only person
Wow.
in the world that kid will sit still for. And what I'm telling you, it's just that's my boy. That's my pride and joy. That's the love of my life. I'm telling you, I love him more than I love myself. So I have to make sure on our show today that I had to show him love before anything else. I can't move on unless I say happy birthday, Simi. You are my pride. You are my joy. You are my love. And I am so happy and so proud of what he's done with his little 10 years. And I know he's going to do amazing things with the next 10. So,
Happy
happy birthday to
birthday
my boy.
to me. Oh, he's so cute. I had to make the solo screen because he's just so adorable. How
Isn't
big is
he?
he now? Is he like normal size or?
He honestly, he was always a little smaller, a little short for his age, right?
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be real. His mom is short and his daddy's short. So part of that might just be because, he's got some very short genetics, right?
Right.
Um his sister who's like what, three now, she's gonna be like three. She is basically his height. So like but she's a tall kid. So
Oh,
it's hard
yeah.
to gauge.
Oh, he's so cute.
Right?
Yeah,
Gorgeous, just
you made
gorgeous.
my day with that one. You really did. I
Mhm.
love hearing about miracles and especially children because we love the kids. We do. And either you or me are parents, but I understand how it feels to have a child around you who's like your baby, like my nephew. Same thing with
Mhm.
him. He's 9 years old and he's my everything.
Aw.
So yeah,
Aw.
so I understand.
Well, yeah, I mean, we were literally, it's funny, I had a car accident the same day he was born, a really bad one. And my best
Wow.
friend didn't tell me that he was born until 4 days later. And even though I couldn't drive, I couldn't turn my head left and right and whatever, I took like a bunch of trains and buses and subways and walked real slow. And I got me to that hospital. And it was me and her and the father's best friend. And we sat inside of that NICU every day for 4 months. 4 months. 4 months he was inside the NICU. His actual due date was my birthday. So he was supposed to be born
Wow.
on my birthday, August 2nd. Okay. And I told her she can't have him on my birthday. She has to have him either a little bit before or a little bit after. So she went way overboard and went 4 months early. I told her she doesn't have to overreact like that. Next time, like, a few days would have been sufficient. But the point
Mhm.
is, 4 months of watching this baby grow in an incubator and through all of the stresses and the ECMO and the this and the that and the treatments and the whatever, and as he develops like human things, because he didn't even have bum cheeks. I swear he didn't have bum cheeks. It was the freakiest thing. Yeah.
Aw.
So to watch it in a way, you're almost more invested than you would be if I just watched my best friend get more and more pregnant. You know what I mean? Because like
Mhm.
you're you're literally watching an embryo grow in front of your eyes. It's like a miracle of science that these days, 24 weeks, a baby can grow into a whole human and be this gorgeous. Y'all see the picture.
Oh
Gorgeous
yeah,
little boy.
we
Oh,
see. It's
oh,
adorable. One
love
more
of my
time.
life.
One more
Love of
time.
my
There
life.
we
You see
go. Yes,
him?
he's so precious.
Right? And you see how Ruby glows when she talks about him? Oh, I love him. Oh,
Yes,
my God.
beautiful smile. Yes, definitely. I see how
Mm-hmm.
you holding him. You looking like you're in love. Like, oh,
Yes, he's
yeah,
mine. When we
yeah,
went to Jamaica together, he was mine. Like, you don't understand. I love him. Like, he is everything. So, yeah.
yes, definitely. Now, is it the dark skinned woman that you showed me in the picture? Is it her son?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I figured that because that's your best friend.
That's my best
Yeah,
friend. Hmm.
oh, so adorable.
Hmm.
She's gorgeous too. I want to speak on that picture. I know today's topic have nothing to do with that, but let's
Hmm.
speak on your mother looking like your sister in that picture. That was
Hmm.
crazy. Like I'm like,
I
wait,
know.
what I ask you? Which one is the mother? Which one is your mom?
Yeah. You gotta ask which one's my mom. And it's like me and my mom, me and my best friend are born 2 weeks apart, right? And my mom is 19 years older than me, right? And then
Mhm.
my mom's best friend is somewhere in between of our two ages. So my mom is by over 10 years the oldest person in the picture, and you can't tell.
Can't
Like
tell at
really.
all. Everybody look the same age. Everybody look like they're in their 20s in her picture, I swear.
You know what? Let me show it. Let me share with y'all because y'all don't understand. Y'all think I'm playing or trying to, pay lip service when I say, dark skinned women are my standard of beauty. So let me just do this right here. So this
There it
over
is.
here. Hold on. Am I sharing it? Oh
Oh,
wait, what?
please.
What happened? Uh
I
oh.
don't know.
Ah! Oh, I see what's happening. You know what? Because it's in my highlights. Because I guess I
Oh,
shared it with you. So it's in my recent highlights. Let's try to keep the thing on here. Thank God the next picture wasn't terrible. What? Hey,
right.
listen, it needs to stop. Stay still. Thank you. But y'all see this? That's my mama right there. And the other one, well, at least you're beautiful, Melody, right? And this
Oh,
this right here, this is my best friend, and that's the mother of my godson, and this is my mom's best friend. Oh my gosh. You
wait,
see how I'm trying to keep it
your
still?
mom is the one that's standing over you?
Yes. Oh my gosh, I should have tried to figure this out. So this is my mom right here. The one who's
That
standing
is
over, that's my
crazy.
mom. And that's my best friend. Yep. See,
And your
so
best friend's the hat.
oh,
Right.
there you go. There's my mama again
Your
when we were
mom's
much younger.
gorgeous.
Right? All right, I'm gonna
Yeah.
stop fighting this now. There's my mom again. I don't know what the next thing is gonna be, so I'm gonna
Oh,
stop that before it keeps
yeah.
sharing and the next thing is terrible.
It
Oh, the
might
next
be
one
like
is even
something.
cuter. The next one
It
is
might
me
be
and my
something
mom
for
and
your mom's, for your husband's eyes only. Be careful.
right? It's not though. It's actually a whole slideshow of just me and my mother's. Interesting. Like
Oh,
a
let me.
church and when we went to go see Wakanda, whatever.
Oh
It's
yeah.
I don't know what this is. I don't use Google Photos very often, obviously. But yeah, no. So y'all see there, right? Like my standard of beauty is dark skinned women for a reason. Y'all see my mama. Hmm.
Yeah, your mom is amazing. Looking like she's 20.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly.
Hopefully, Ruby, hopefully we don't age like milk by the time we're like your mom's age. Let's
Right?
hope.
I'm hoping,
Yeah.
girl. I'm hoping not having any of this divestment energy is gonna help
Mm,
because I don't know that I couldn't stand it if I grew up another 10 years and I look like I'm well my age. That would be
like
sad.
80. Yeah, we
Yeah.
don't want to do all that. But did you have something to share, an illusion to share with the audience?
you know, I did, but now I'm thinking, I'm like, well, should we do it? Should we do it? And we can't really poll people about it. Should we save it so we can do the whole thing together? What do you think?
Yeah, let's save it for next Tuesday. Good idea.
Oh,
Let's just jump right into this divestment
all right,
delusion that we
all right.
have because this is a crazy topic that I've been wanting to talk about. I'm
Mhm.
tired of these divestors and yeah, we found some good stuff on TikTok. So,
Oh yes, yes, did we
yeah,
ever? Um,
right.
now I feel like before we do the women, maybe we should talk about the guy that divested. Because I mean, we have so many passport bros, cis BM. What did Ray Pill call it? Geomaxers, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And they're always talking about how really the problem, the defect, is the Black American woman. So I mean, does
Here we
dating out
go.
help? I don't know. What do
No,
y'all think?
because this story was very interesting to me because didn't he stop messing with black women to mess with this young lady?
That's what I'm saying, right? So, see, I find it interesting, and I've been saying this to people, by the way. I don't care if it's men or women. I've been saying this. Y'all listen. If you attract dysfunctional, toxic, and dangerous energy to you when you're dating within your race, you're going to attract the same thing when you're dating outside of your race, right?
Right,
It's not a race thing, right? Because there's crazies and psychos and ain't ishness and dusty and all that in every kind of race. It doesn't really matter, right? So
right,
it's like saying, "Oh, well, look at her sweet blonde hair and her blue eyes, and oh, she's soft and she's submissive
right,
and she's feminine, yeah, and she's going to murder you in your sleep." I mean, like, and then you're gonna
right.
go talk about our OnlyFans, right? Like, I mean,
Now,
what do
yeah,
y'all
this
think
is
about this?
crazy to me because yeah, this submissive, sweet, soft white woman killed this black man. And now the black women, I was looking at the comments, which we don't have right now. I'm gonna try to bring them up next time we have this topic, this conversation.
Mhm.
But the women are like, "Hey, we don't care. That's none of our business. I've seen a lot of black women say, let me mind my business. Let the white women, be upset. Let the white women grieve. Like this, he don't like us. He don't love us. Now, Ruby, let me ask you a question. Do you think it's fair for black women to disown this man now that he's dead because of him divesting from the black community?
You know, I guess I have, it depends to me. I'm going to be real. I know, very controversial, but it depends to me because here's the thing. If the thing that he was doing, right, was putting down black women publicly and hating on them and saying, and when stories coming up about, black women getting, screwed over or whatever, he would laugh about them or be like, yeah, it serves them right. They all deserve it and da 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 da. Well, then, yeah,
Mhm.
in my opinion, deuces, good luck. And any woman who feels that way, I understand because, he abandoned y'all first. I get it. Um, but if this was being played up, if they're playing this up a little bit as far as, the whole divestment element, he just happened to be interracial dating, because he just happened to find a woman who just happened to be white and he just happened to fall in love with her. And that is why he's with the white woman, not because, he's hating on his own women, then I think that's wrong. Right. So, I mean, I do think that to an extent, I feel like there's a tit for tat going on. And if you're going to reject your own, then don't turn around and expect your own to care when anything happens to you. I mean,
Right.
that's what
But
it is.
Zeno says he did that in 2012, though. What did he do in 2012? Was he like talking mess about black women in 2012? Because I really don't know the whole story. I did hear that he just don't mess with black women altogether though. And I'm thinking that's just like the SYSBM men. It's the same thing. They leave, they divest from their community, and they go
Hmm.
overseas. And sometimes I do think it's necessary to leave the community. Sometimes it depends
Right.
on but not all the time. But I don't think a man should just stay around and keep picking bad apples and doing all that. No, go where you're appreciated. That's how I feel. What about
You
you,
know what?
Ruby?
I agree with go where you're appreciated. That's cool, but there's a difference between going where you're appreciated, and just again, I've always been a big advocate of the terminology like who likes you. I brought that sentence to this space 6, 7 years ago. Like who likes you, right?
Right,
And so from that standpoint, then if women or men of your own, demographic aren't checking for you, but you keep getting eyeballed by some other demographic and you like them, go for it, right? I think that's cool, but you don't need to um, devalue all of the men or all of the women in your own race in order to do that. Like you
right.
don't, you
Don't
don't have to.
Yeah, don't
Sorry, go
talk
ahead.
down on every black woman when you do go to another race. Like once you leave, that's it. You left. Stop talking about just leave it alone. Stop talking about black women. You left. You left. That's how I feel. It's okay to vent about it, but don't put all your energy and time into black women if you left that community already. That's my opinion. A lot of men, and I do see them doing that. They'll say, "Oh, I don't mess with black women at all. I live over in Colombia," but they still come to this space I see, and they talk really bad about black women. I see that a lot, and I do
Hmm.
agree with most of their talking points. But if you left, don't waste your energy on it. Just leave. Let it be.
Right.
That's how I feel. Just leave and let it be.
And see, that's the thing. I'm sorry. I am a very much. I'm not a hypocritical kind of person, right? My ideas track no matter who I'm speaking to or what I'm speaking about. And so, while I say this about the men, I say the same thing to and about the women. I don't care who you're dating or procreating with. I think you need to think some things through sometimes. But with that being said, I don't care who you're dating and who you're procreating with. But if you want to date outside of your race exclusively, okay, on purpose, um, and for whatever reason, then keep your mouth off of your own people. That's it. Let the rest of us who are actually dealing over here in this dating pool of our own people, let us talk about each other. Now, I think we need to do that better, as well. But so at least if you're like, yo, yeah, man, yeah, I check for black women. That's why I'm so hard on them, right? At least I can understand that. That's to an extent. This is actually why I have never really had a super problem. I know, I'm gonna get so much
Okay.
hate. But I've never really had a problem with Tommy Sotomayor because I think he literally says that, right? He likes black women. He really does prefer them natural. I've actually I because I've been following him. He's one of the first channels I ever found on YouTube that like talks about stuff. I didn't.
Mm-hmm. You there, Ruby? I think you cut off.
Oh wait. Can you hear me?
I hear you now. Yeah, you're back.
There we go. Yeah, sorry, my screen turned off. I didn't realize it. Anyway, yeah, but I've been following him for like maybe 8, 9 years. And so I've heard him speak to us and spoken to his girlfriends he's dating, currently dating and whatever. And a lot of
Mm-hmm.
those women, for all that he talks so bad about black women, a lot of those women will turn around and say, yeah, I used to wear weave, I used to wear fake nails, I used to wear a lot of makeup until I started dating Tommy. And he said he wanted to see me natural and he really meant it. And I could really see the difference in his attraction level and this and that, whatever. And it made me so confident in my natural ways and whatever. And I've heard multiple women say that. So when he says, yeah, but that's why I'm so hard on them because I'm checking for them, right? I'm like, okay, I can vibe with that. I understand that. But for you to, just be dragging women of your own demographic or dragging men of your own demographic because you want nothing to do with them. So it's almost like you want to justify yourself. You want to justify dating outside of your race. So you have to keep, putting your foot on the neck and stomping and spitting on the image of your own race. Otherwise, it's not justified to you. That's how it feels to me.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you think most of the time it's self-hate with black women and black men, not just black men? Do you think they're dating out because they just don't like themselves or they don't like their culture?
I think honestly, in the Western world, I think the majority of people who are in interracial relationships are doing so based on proximity. Um, that is, say, based on work or the neighborhood they live in, or friend groups, or college, or whatever. Right? They meet people in their proximity, and the people they happen to have that connection with just happen to be of a different race. I think that's the majority.
I do
Um,
too. I agree with that.
right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the people who are doing this whole divestment thing, I think that they are on, they're not the, I'm trying not to be mean. Okay, pretty much this way. If you are at the top, if you're at the very top as far as desirability, okay, in the sexual marketplace, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're at the very, very top, you don't need to date out, right? Because the cream of the crop of your own race are gonna be buying for you, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so I think it's the people who are towards the and the bottom, right, who are doing
Mm-hmm.
this divestment thing. And the reason why is because they can be exotic, right? And exotic always bumps you up a few points. So you're not exotic to your own people, but you're exotic to anyone outside of your own people. And so I think
Right.
it bumps you up and it allows you to be judged better than if you were dating within your own people because you're and so therefore I think it mostly affects people who are not judged well by their own. They
What do you
don't.
think? I'm sorry. Go ahead. You were
No, I was
saying.
gonna say they don't earn the cream of the crop, so they can't. And I wanted to respond to Zeno here. So Zeno said that he was 17 when he said this stuff, and the point is he was a kid when he said it, and probably even lost access to that account. Again, we don't know. That's why we asked. But I mean, here's the thing: people say lots of stuff
Mm-hmm.
online. I don't think people should be persecuted for life for stuff that they said when they were teenagers with access to the internet, because God knows what would happen to me if I had had access to the internet back in the days.
Oh God.
Right? Like, damn, I don't know, man. Being a teenager before social media, thank God.
Right.
But I don't say he should. It doesn't even matter. Even if today he was denigrating black women, or like, well, I guess yesterday before he got stabbed, right? He was denigrating black women. I think that no one deserves to die for having an
Mm-mm.
opinion or having a negative opinion, period. Like, no one deserves that anyway. So the question isn't whether he deserved to be stabbed or treated poorly or whatever. It's just more about, should Black women cry for him? I guess that's really what the women
That's
were
the
focusing on.
question. Right. And I would say the man is dead. So yes, I would say yes. I think everybody should feel bad for him. I feel bad for him, and I'm a Black woman. I don't think nobody deserves to be killed by anyone, no matter their race, gender, whatever. But these women were harsh. They was like, nope. He said this stuff back in 2012. Nope, I'm not dealing with him. Good thing she killed him. Like they were saying some awful things. And I'm
Wow.
like, yeah, they were really nasty with it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not judging that man for anything he said back when he was 17. I mean, he's still a human being at the end of the day. And I would never
Hmm.
want that to happen to anybody. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. So I don't really care what he said. He didn't deserve that at
No.
all. And that's where I stand on it. I don't think these
Right.
women are right to say all that stuff that they're
No, I,
saying.
I don't think that they're right to say it either. I understand, but like I said, I understand if, and that's a big if, right? If
Hmm.
he was one of those big voices that, are constantly denigrating and downgrading, insulting, disrespecting Black women and da 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 da. Um, I understand where that knee jerk reaction comes from, and I think that what these women do is they make these men that the representative for every negative voice against Black women, right? So
Hmm.
um, and that's part of the problem is when they're saying these things, they're not really talking about this kid, right? They're not talking about 20, what is he, 24, 27, something like that. They're not talking about him,
Right.
right? They're talking about every Black man who has ever said something that hurt them, every Black man who has ever chosen um, a light skinned woman or a white woman over, or an Asian woman over them, right? They're not talking really to him. But his memory, his story is going to get the brunt of all of their hurt and pain, and that's not right either. People should be held accountable and blamed
Right.
for their own individual direct actions.
Exactly. I totally do agree with that.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna change it just a little bit. I'm gonna change it around. Do you think you can be pro Black and date outside your race? That was a question I had been wanting to ask you for a while.
Um, what's our definition of pro-Black?
Like, can you be for Black people? I don't know. It was just a question that I heard before, and I really wanted to get your opinion on it. All right, what's your definition of pro Black first?
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't really know what the definition is. I think it depends. Like, are we going HOTAP, pro-Black? Like, there's so many different versions and definitions. I think it comes down to, can you work for Black people and for the betterment of Black people, like on a generalized level, right? Like for the community's sake, for the sake of the children growing up. Can you do that? And date outside of your race, or be married outside of the race, or be outside of the race? Yes, you can, right? You don't have to be a Black person to work on, human rights, on Black rights. You don't actually have to. I mean, Rachel Dolezal proved that, right?
Right.
Um, so you can work on the betterment of Black people as a whole, regardless of what your personal choices are.
Okay.
Um,
So what
right?
about this? So what about people? Because I heard somebody say the definition of pro Black was to procreate more Black people who look like you. Now, if that's the case, these people are making babies who are mixed. So they're not making other Black babies. They're making mixed people, which are not
Well,
Black.
mhm.
So that's why I heard people saying that men and women who date outside their race cannot be pro Black,
Well,
from
and
what I heard.
that's my issue with Rashida. It depends on what your, in my opinion, it depends on what your narrative is, right? So if you are preaching, for like example, like Rashida, if you're preaching that, Black people, Black men belong to Black women, and stuff like that, right? If you're preaching that, then, oh, oops. Oh, there you go. We can put that up for now. I'm like, we
Oh,
forgot to
cool.
start
Yeah, I
writing back
like
up
that.
afterwards.
Let's
Right?
do that.
Yeah. But hey Omar, I never get to say hi to you. You always say hi while I'm like we're somewhere else. Anyway, and of course,
Hey.
cousin, what's up? Um, Now the thing is, right, is that if you are preaching that the black man belongs to the black woman and the black dark skinned woman and and whatever, then you shouldn't be creating, biracial babies. Because they're still going to be black. They're still going to identify as black. They're still going to be considered black, and they're going to go out there. And so you are creating biracial babies that are going out into the world. So basically, you're a hypocrite, right? Like the only way
Right.
that you can have that point of view where dark skin should marry dark skin, and light skin isn't really black, and the only way you can really maintain that is if you only date brown skin to dark skin people as well, and only procreate with
Right.
brown skin to dark skin people as well, right? That's
Right.
so anything else is being a hypocrite, in my opinion.
Right. Now, do you think that mixed and biracial people are black, or do you think they're just a race of their own?
See, this is the thing, right? There's not, it's not that cut and dry.
All right,
Let
I'm
me
gonna answer
explain.
that. I'm gonna give you my answer first.
Okay,
No,
yeah,
they're not.
yeah.
They're not black. Mixed people. If you have a white mom and a black dad, you cannot call yourself black.
Here's the problem. In this day and age, we have a lot of single parents, especially single mothers, right? Um, so if your mom is white, right, and she's from a white culture, has white identity, and shares that white culture and identity with her biracial child, then her child culturally is white, and her child genetically is biracial, right?
Right.
Let's go the opposite way. So you have a black mother, and that black mother is raising her biracial child alone, right? And she has a black culture, so she's going to teach her kid a black culture and a black identity. So the kid is going to have a black culture and a black identity and biracial genetics. Now, here's the problem. Most of us are we're descendants of slavery. And so therefore, we are all some form of admixture, right? We're recent in our recent evolutionary history, we have admixture. That is to say, none of us are 100% African. Um, so then it comes down to, well, hey, you've got people who are biracial, who are phenotypically more black looking, right? They have darker skin, they have a wider nose, they have kinkier hair, they have bigger lips, right? The whole black 9 yards, even though genetically, right? Genetically, they might be less than 50% black. And then you have people who are 80% black, who phenotypically, the way they look, you would swear to God, they're barely even a quarter black, right? So you have the gene question, right? And then you have the culture question. And to me, it actually has a lot to do with your phenotype, as in what you look like, and how the world treats you as a result. Because in and of itself, the reason why blackness matters in the Western world is because of not even your culture, but because of the identity that the outer society pins on you and the way the outer society treats you as a result of that blackness or that identification. And so I don't think it's quite so cut and dry, because how do you pin it down? You can't look at someone and tell how much black they are. You
I
can't
don't.
look at someone and tell if they have a white mom or a white dad or whatever. And if someone only knows one of their parents, there's no way that you're going to know,
Well,
right?
listen,
So,
I don't think it's about what you look like, because I know people who are 100% black and they look white, like, they look like they
mhm.
can be half white. So it's about what you are. If you have one black parent and one white parent, there's no way you can call yourself white or black. I don't care what you look like. And if you speak to a lot of biracial mixed people, they'll tell you themselves, I am not black. I am not white. I'm mixed. We're a race of our own. Like, look at JT Hellstrom. He said it. I had a couple of biracial people on here who said that. So yeah, they don't claim us. So why are we claiming them?
Well, here's the thing though, right? And again, people overgeneralize things far too much. So, for example, my sister has a white mother, right, and a black father. Now, with that
Okay.
being said, my sister's phenotype is white. The world treats her like she's a little white girl, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so my sister identifies as biracial. But my sister also recognizes that her experience in the world is the white experience, right? My sister also
Mm-hmm.
recognizes, obviously, she has a black parent and a black sister. Now, she understands, even though we're half siblings, right? Even though we're siblings, the world, and even though actually, if anything, we have very similar features, right? But when the world
Mhm.
looks at me, they see black, and when they look at her, they see white, and that is a massive difference in everything. And because of that experience, because of the way the world treats you differently, sees you differently, groups you differently, judges you differently, biases against you differently, right? It puts you into a completely different identity or category, regardless of genetics or any other factors. That's what it comes down to. Whereas in one of my other cousins, who has the same mix of black to white as my sister, right? She looks black, right? She looks like me. And so as a result, the world treats her like she's black, treats her like
Okay.
she's black. And there is a difference there because she looks black, she identifies as black. And the world, and why does she do that? It's not because of genes, it's because of the way the world treats her and groups her and rejects her and doesn't reject her and biases and doesn't bias, right? So I think that we can't just reject the social implications of phenotype, what you look like and how the world perceives you, and what that means for your life experiences, when we're talking about something like race, because that's all race is. Race is a social construct, right? And so if it's a social construct, then we have to look at the way that you are socially treated and socially grouped in your social experiences, really, at the end of the day. Because the person who is 85% black, okay, from a gene standpoint, but the whole world treats them like they're white and sees them as white, and they were raised by white adoptive parents in a white society with white options, and no cop ever pulled them over because they're black and did it. You can say all you want. No, well, they're black and they can claim blackness, but can they? No, they can't, because what
They only,
what part of the black experience can they claim?
do they only do it when it's convenient? Because there's a lot of people who claim black only when it's convenient. Like they love the white privilege that comes along with what they look like, but then they also claim black too. How do you feel about that?
I think the majority is the opposite way. I think these days we have way more people who are rejecting blackness while it's convenient, and they only re-accept their very obvious blackness once someone someone gives them their N-word moment, as I've heard it stated, right? So they black moment. You get that black moment where someone reminds you, no matter how far you come, what you've accomplished, what you're trying to do in life, and whatever, you're always a black person, and that's what they're going to always see you as first, right? And so I think that identification that happens way more often than these whoa Vicky types who are 7% black, so today they're black because they're, they want to be cool. Like that's just like the loud minority. It's a very small minority, though, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah, it's just, I think it's interesting how the race thing works. Like Obama, to me, Obama don't look white at all. He looks 100% black. He even claims black. But then you have a lot of people saying, "Well, you're not black. You're mixed. You're biracial." They're telling him that he's not black. But I never, he never goes and say as a mixed man or biracial man. When he talks, he says as a black man. Did you ever notice that about Obama?
Well, let me ask a question though, right? Actually, I haven't really noticed, so I'm going to be real with y'all. It's not my president. I mean, I would have voted for him just because he's black. So, but not my country. So, with
Oh,
that
yeah,
being
I think
said,
about
though,
that.
right? Yeah. So, but with that
Mm.
being said, I assume that the man has, identified as black always. Like if someone has evidence that at some point in his life he didn't identify as black, I would love to hear that evidence. But I have never been presented with any evidence that proves that at some point before his presidency or before his senatorship or whatever you call that he wasn't already identifying as black. So if he already identified as black, like, okay, my friend, I have this white girlfriend, and her daughter, gorgeous girl. Oh my gosh, she's so gorgeous. I love her. She's like, seriously, no, like she's like a superstar gorgeous. Oh my god,
Aw.
devastatingly beautiful. Now the mom's white, right? The father is Trinidadian, right? And this
Oh,
little
that's a
girl's like,
mess.
oh yeah, and this little girl, she's brown skin, so she's darker than I am. Okay. Her hair, we'll say her hair is like 3C to 4A. Like it's a coil, it's a curl. But it's not totally, totally kinky, right? But her
Right.
nose, she's got a wider black nose than I do. She's got more black features, shall we say, than I do, despite the fact that she obviously is less black than me, right?
Right.
Genetically. But if we were to walk out on the street, actually, when she was younger, and me, her, and her mom all went out on the street, everyone assumed she was my daughter, right? And
Mm-hmm.
no one in the world identifies her as biracial. Nobody, not herself. Even though her mom is white, like she knows she's biracial, but her experience is black, and the way people treat her is she's black. And when they judge her like a black girl, not like a biracial girl, right? They don't say, "Oh, I'm only going to halfway follow her around the store because only half of her is black and is going to steal something," right? Like they don't do that. Either they tag you as black, and you got to deal with the stereotypes and bias that they have against black people and whatever, or they tag you as non-black, right? And I think that it's so important we forget the social implications, because honestly, most of us don't know what our genetic makeup is. And honestly, even if we did, it doesn't matter, because on site, when we look at people, we cannot identify, oh, you know what, that person's probably only 30% black. So, oh no,
Right.
that one's definitely 70. He's a full breed. Like how what are you basing it on? You know, you're basing it on the way they look. That's the only thing that you can really use. You're basing it on the way they look, and you're basing it on their culture, right? The set of their interests, their affinities, their experiences, their upbringing, right? To find those unifying cultural factors that tie us all together. That's really what it is. So you're not going based on genes. So then how in all of these discussions that we have do we always go back to the genes? Like somehow wherever like we ever know what the genes really are. We
You
don't.
know what? We're gonna have to have Golden Goddess. Gigi, are you still in the chat? Because she's somebody I would like to have an interview with, because she was saying she's biracial and she hates when people say she's black. So she will be a really good interview. So Golden Goddess, if you're in the chat, hit me up on my email. Let me know if we can interview you.
Yeah, I think that'd be
Because
great.
because I really, really want to, hear her experience of,
Hmm.
as a I think she's multiracial. I don't know if she's biracial or multiracial, but I do want to hear her experience.
And that's a whole nother thing, these multiracial folks, right? Because I mean they're not even like biracial. They're like 17 racials. I don't even know how many different racials that is. There's a lot of
Yeah,
racials though,
a
you
whole
know?
bunch of racials.
A whole bunch of racials. I don't know, man. A whole
Yeah.
bunch of racials.
Yeah, exactly. So I would love to hear from her because she has a whole sector. Their sector is about mixed and biracial people. So maybe we can get a
Oh,
couple of people to come up here. Yeah.
hey
So
now.
it's pretty cool. But
Mm-hmm.
let's get into these divester videos. I
All
think
right.
everybody's been waiting for that. So
Mm-hmm. I
let's
think
put
so.
those up, right? Oh God. Where's GC?
All right, we have a few. We have a few divester videos. Okay, just found some from TikTok, picked at random from divestedfromblackmen.com. No, it's really from TikTok. But yeah, so this is actually I'm gonna go in order from the shortest ones to the longest ones, just because what other order do you go in? Um,
Right. Makes sense.
and I had to use this one first because I mean, come on, we could bra and a bonnet,
Look at
girl.
her. Oh God.
Girl, okay. So let's watch this video first, y'all.
Okay.
This is how I also further know the Black community is dealing way too much in emotion and not reasoning. I told y'all I was divesting from Black men, gave y'all statistics over multiple videos. Multiple different Black women from all different parts of life have all congregated in all those comment sections to concur and add their 2 cents in and their experience.
Oh, by the way, we are gonna go back over it again a second time, and I'll pause it with those words that are flashing up really fast because I want you to know what those say. But first, I want you to listen to the whole message. Okay.
All right. Cool.
I am too educated. I listen to Black women. I have a reasoning brain that I can separate my emotions from. This is why I divest. Black men as a whole are failing. And rather than hold them accountable and force them to succeed at anything other than running their fucking mouth, Y'all coddle and condone their failure. Make it make sense. You want unity, but they're not unified. Get them unified.
Oh God.
Yep. Okay. So now we're gonna watch it again and we're gonna pause and read the words. All right.
Oh, hold on. Golden
This
Goddess.
is how I also.
Oh wait. There.
Real quick, she's in the chat. Oh, Golden Goddess, we would love to have an interview with you about your sector and the biracial community. So email us at what's our email? I can't even think.
Girl, I don't know. So email
Um,
me ruby@classicruby.com and we'll figure out
or,
our email later.
right, or Sweet Melody Speaks at Gmail, whatever you wanna use. But yeah, email us.
Yes,
Okay, you
please.
can continue.
We want to talk about
Okay.
the whole biracial versus we just call you black thing. That's what we want to
Right,
talk about.
right.
You can rewind a little bit. We promise that we said it in a good way about you, we swear. Okay. So now, every time the words come up, we're going to pause them and read them. Okay.
Sounds good.
Also further know the Black community is dealing way too much in emotion and not reasoning. I told y'all I was divesting from Black men.
Okay. And so she said, divest, as in taking my investment away from one group to another. Nothing about this has to do with romantic relationships or my personal life. Okay.
Mm,
So
mm.
as you just asked earlier, Melody, I thought it was great you asked because I'm like, oh, it's gonna come up. But you asked, well, hey, can you be pro-black, and still date outside your race? Well, apparently you can divest and still date inside your race.
Makes no
I don't
sense.
know. That's what
Makes no
she said.
sense at all.
It'll make sense in 1 second. You'll see. 1 second.
Gosh.
Gave y'all statistics over.
And then she says, no, I'm not going to the arms of massa. I'm married to a black woman.
What?
And that's
Uh-oh.
how it makes sense.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. She
She's
divested
part
from
of
the black
the LGBTQ community. It makes a lot of
man.
sense now.
There you go. See, so she divested from the black man. It has nothing to do with her personal life because she likes black women. So it's
Mm,
all right then. Okay.
mm.
This will be all clear. Okay, let's keep going.
What the hell?
Multiple videos, multiple different.
There. Now she says, I didn't grow up in poverty. I went to private school. My family, thanks to the men, owns land I will eventually inherit. My wife's family has land she has and will inherit. We are building our own wealth. Okay, so let's review that statement again. She says that she didn't grow up in poverty, that she went to private school, and that her family, thanks to the men, I'm assuming black men based on the way she looks, but again, we just discussed that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she is half white. I don't know.
You
But
never know.
based on the black men in her family, she was able to go to private school, never had to worry about money or whatever because she grew up in privilege, right? And her family owns a whole lot of land thanks to the men that she's divesting from.
Makes no sense.
Right? And now she didn't say that her wife's family was a man as well, but let's assume it was. Now, what I think is interesting about all that is that she said all of that, made sure that we knew that it was due to the men that her and her family have anything, and then has the nerve to say, we, as in her and her wife, are building our own wealth. But she just told you what her wealth is based on. Her wealth is based on what her daddy and the men in her family own. But she's building her
Wow.
own wealth. And so she's divesting from the black men that gave her the wealth that she's building.
She's just a bitter Betty. She's only divesting because no one wants her. Look at her. So she's using that as an excuse. No one's checking for her
It's just not making any sense at all. But okay, let's keep going.
at all.
Black women from all different parts of life have all congregated in all those comment sections to concur and add their 2 cents in and their experience. I am too educated. I listen to.
Oops, I missed it. Sorry. Stupid mess. Now she says, my educational resume is pinned to my page. She had a lot of time to write about the wealth and the land and the owning. I feel like she could have just written it right there, right? Like she had no problem writing out everything else. Why didn't she write her education? Unless she felt that her education in and of itself doesn't prove her point about how well educated she is. I'm just
That's
saying.
all she has is education because she don't have the looks or the weight. So
All right, let's keep going.
I listen to Black women. I have a reasoning.
Again with this mouse, man. I'm sorry, y'all. She said, I as well as I know as well as LGBT there, as well as Black children, LGBTQIA plus, impoverished, etc. So she listens to Black women, Black children, the LGBTQIA plus, the impoverished, and etc. So I don't know what etc. includes. Apparently, it doesn't include Black men, but
no,
it seems to include a lot of other things. So okay. And I mean, I don't know. I would if I was wealthy, right? And it was because of the Black men in my family. I feel like there's a connection there. Like maybe I should listen to Black men sometimes, but it's okay. Let's keep going. Okay.
I have a reasoning brain that I can separate my emotions from. This is why I divest. Black men as a whole are failing. And rather than
Oh my gosh. I swear to God, me and this mouse. I really miss my keypad mouse. I don't know what is wrong with my laptop. Melody's laptop went down, now mine's going down. Y'all are against us. Yeah.
I meant to ask you because you said last week water got into your laptop. Does that have anything to do with it?
I think that's what it is, but I could just tell you that I don't know what it is, but I know that I have an external mouse plugged in right now because it's still not working. And the external mouse is clearly a little finicky. All right. So now she says, y'all more concerned about me speaking the truth and not liberation.
Wow.
I guess liberation from the Black men. So I don't know. I feel like she's saying this liberation from the Black men who I don't know.
I don't know what she means. I'm confused.
I don't think she knows what she means. But okay, let's keep going.
Then hold them accountable and force them to succeed at anything other than running their fucking mouth, y'all coddle and condone their failure. Make it make sense. You want unity, but they're not unified. Get them unified.
Wow.
Well, I agree with her last point, though. I do. I agree with her last point in that when you call for unity, even though you're not unified with your own group, it's kind of stupid. That's how I see it, and that's the way I see her. She's calling for unity, but who is she unified with?
With the LGBTQ community, that's who she's unified with.
I'm not even sure she's unified with them because you know what? None of them are on. What about the black gay men? They exist, but they don't count in her
exactly.
LGBTQIA because she put the G in there.
I think she's only talking about Black straight men. Definitely.
Do you see what I'm saying though? But it's just like y'all can't even get on one accord because some of y'all are against all Black men, no matter orientation, and some of y'all are well, it depends on orientation, it depends on their age, it depends on their this, it depends on their that. Oh well, you can't date them. No, you can date them, but like y'all get on one accord first before you come pointing fingers and blaming everyone else and calling for accountability everywhere else, but you don't want to call for accountability within yourself. So I don't know. All right, let's catch this next divester, y'all. And then we gonna talk about it. Not like right now, because there's like 2 more videos, but like we gonna talk about it. Okay.
Dear Black men, what is it? What is it? Do I need to bleach my skin? Do I need to straighten my hair? Do I need to talk a certain way, walk a certain way, be shaped a certain way? Just to get treated with some respect? Tired of being on the front line fighting for y'all. Ain't nobody fighting for me. We get seen as crazy, aggressive. We do too much. And half the time we become y'all punching bag. Who really listens to a Black woman? Think about it. From my daddy to brothers to uncles to friends. Black men in my life ridiculed, faulted, raped, beat, verbally abused, etc. Me, more times than likely, a Black woman will be raped, assaulted, and beaten by the age of 18. Take it from me. If it is not, maybe I got way more. 5:30 this morning, stomp the fuck out. Because a nigga couldn't take no for an answer. What is it?
Okay,
So,
she's running the victim Olympics. Okay, she's playing victim. She's just blaming black men for everything.
I think the thing is a lot of times what we fail to recognize when we have these discussions is if in your proximity it's all black people, and in your dating history it's all black people, that means all of the bad things you've experienced are going to be with black people. That's just that's the way it is. All the white people who only date white people and only live around white people are going to only have bad stories about how white folk did them wrong, right? Like, I mean, like, it's a proximity thing. So it has
Okay.
nothing to do, just like we were talking about with that story earlier, is a problem that, well, white women won't stab you. No, it has to do with energies. And there's crazy comes in all shapes, sizes, colors, religions, races. It doesn't matter, right? So, I feel bad for her. On one side, I'm hearing a lot of pain and confusion. She seems very confused. She doesn't know why. Um, these bad things are happening to her. She's clearly in some type of toxic, negative, destructive, violent relationship based on what she said at the end there. But instead of her recognizing it as like an individual problem, she's overgeneralizing it, right? So she's saying, I'm with this abusive, terrible person who can't take no for an answer. Why are all black men like that? That's what she's saying, right?
Right,
And that's where the problem comes in.
but why does she have to go into bleaching her skin and oh me, I'm a black woman, what is it? Like why does she even have to play into that? Nobody like just because she's getting beat and everything, her man is with a black woman. It don't have anything to do with her complexion. So is she saying, "Oh, if I was a Spanish or if I was a white woman, he wouldn't be treating me like this?" Is that what she's trying to get at?
Yes, it's the same thing that Rashida basically was saying, right? There's this glamorized magical perception that they have about what life would be like if only they were light skinned, right? If only they were light right, if only they were an exotical, right? Because they have romanticized it and they have put it on a pedestal so much that they honestly think that anyone but a dark skinned black woman gets treated like a princess all the time, never goes through our hardships, never gets done wrong by men, never gets cheated on, never gets beaten, never gets this, never gets that. That's the way that they really honestly have romanticized it. So it's this thing where it's called sublimation, where instead of you recognizing what the problem is, because the real problem causes you so much anxiety, you start to basically blame something else. You take all that energy, you put it onto something else, right? And so instead of putting the energy onto their own trauma, their own need for healing, their own dysfunctional upbringing that, taught them all the wrong things, right? They're putting it on skin tone because it's
Right.
easier than focusing on all of the other stuff that's going to involve a lot of therapy and time and hard work.
Right, because that's
So,
all I hear is a bunch of blaming. So I can't feel sorry for somebody like that. She should
mm-hmm.
look at herself and say, "Hey, what have I done wrong?" Because I'm sure it's a one-sided story. I'm sure she's done things wrong in a relationship as well. No woman deserves to get beat on, but at the same time, I'm sure she wasn't innocent because a lot of times, excuse me, a lot of times black women do initiate the fights, and so I
Now
need
that
to
I
hear both
disagree
sides
with.
of the story.
That I disagree with wholeheartedly. Only because in my experience of working with women, and a lot of times abuse and violent relationships and whatever come out, mutual combat is not the majority of the cases that are developing trauma in and of itself. What ends up happening eventually is people get to mutual combat states, right, where they're now fighting back. But if you look into their history of how this pathology developed, it doesn't normally start with mutual combat, right? Because generally, people who want to resolve problems by using their fist and beating people into submission tend to pick people who are weaker and won't fight back. That's literally how that starts and how
Well,
that goes.
I understand what you're saying, but from what I see, I don't know what you see, but from what I see in the environment that I'm in, a lot of times the women put their hands on the men more.
Yeah, because abusers and abusive relationships tend not to happen in the public eye, right? And so mutual combat is to me, mutual combat situations I don't qualify under abusive relationships, right? Because they're not. They're mutual combat. It's two people who want to beat each other half to death every time they're upset, right? It's like two lesbians want to beat on each other, or two gay men. Hey, listen, if a man and a woman, they want to fight each other to resolve problems, and they're both good with that scenario, that's on them, right? So when we're talking about abusive relationships, when a woman says, no, I don't want to sleep with you, which is what this woman said in the last video, and his response is to beat her and hold her down and take it anyway, right? That's not a mutual combat situation. And no matter how she
No.
said, no, I'm sorry, I'm not sleeping with you, no matter how she said that, right? There's no justification really to respond that way. And so this is where I say the problem is we get too many things conflated. We put too many things into the same box, and not everything belongs in that box, right? And so abuse happens behind closed doors. It happens in private. You know, the first thing an abuser does is make sure to distance you from all your friends, family, social situations, right? And then they slowly debilitate your brain, in essence, and they make you start thinking that, oh, it's your fault. I messed up. If only I did this better. If only I did that better. Da 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 da.
Right.
So then you're not going to
And,
tell anyone because you think it's your fault and you think you brought it on
mhm.
to yourself. And it's a slow build, right? And that's the majority of abuse relationships. The majority of you know, relationships that we're talking about here that are really causing the dysfunction and the trauma are all being done in the dark, right? No one's seeing what's really happening.
Right, but these women aren't innocent. Don't let them fool you. It's their word against his, and you only hear one side. You know, these women sit there, it's like, oh, he's abusive, he's doing this, doing that, but she's slashing the tires. She's up in his face, arguing and doing all this crazy, crazy stuff to him. So I really don't. But I need to hear both sides of the story. I never really take one person's side over the other. So you can't let these women fool you because that's what they like to do. They like to shame, they like to blame, they like to explain, they like to do all that crazy stuff. So I can't really, believe women like this.
Oh, see,
I need to
I can
hear both
absolutely believe
sides.
women like that. You know why I could believe her? Because at the end of the day, she didn't spend all of her time trying to denigrate the man. Because see, that's the thing. People who are exactly that type, who keep pushing buttons, trying to make you explode, mutual combat, so on and so forth. As soon as they have an audience to tell on you, that's what they do. And not only do they try to paint themselves as a victim or whatever, they don't ask questions about what's wrong with me, right? They sit there and start painting him as some type of sociopathic, narcissistic, da da da. I mean, how many times have you heard the word narcissist lately, right? So they tend to follow a
Right.
pattern. So as soon as they have an audience, they start talking about the narcissist that they're with and the this and the that. And they make sure to paint the story out in full detail so you have no question that they are the victim. And that's not what this woman did, right? So you have to use cues sometimes when evaluating people's stories. Again, I'm not putting everyone in the same box, right? I don't put people are not a monolith anyway. But I look at her story and I see, yeah, no, you know what? She's the type of person who doesn't realize that her trauma keeps bringing the same trauma to her because her trauma is unresolved. And unfortunately, until you resolve the trauma, you're going to keep bringing in the same thing. And if you're only attracted to Black men, then it's going to keep coming in the form of a Black man. And you can make the mistake of associating that with Blackness instead of associating that with trauma and dysfunction, right? Which is really what it's associated with.
Right. Mine of Spiffy, he's right. He says social experiments have been done on this. When the woman hit the guy, no one cared and even laughed. When they did it the other way around, everyone freaked out and almost attacked the man. Exactly. The men are always the ones who nobody care about. I do agree with that. Women,
But seeing
everybody
from
believe
her
what they say. That's why all of these situations that happen, like the Bill Cosby, all of these situations that happen, everybody believes the woman over the man. The man could be telling the truth, but for some reason, the woman's side get taken no matter what.
But here's
So I
my
do agree with
question to the mind of Spiffy, because a lot of people have seen, for example, there are like a lot of YouTube channels that do this. I know there's one that actually is in Toronto, based in Toronto, that does it. You know, and they just do social experiments. I mean, let's just see what happens. But they have done organized um experiments, right? Organized experiments. Now, here's the thing. Observation doesn't give you a lot of cause and effect, reasoning, whatever. It just tells you what happened, Doesn't tell you why, right? And so looking at the more organized experiments that debrief people after the experiment's over, ask them for their reasoning levels, ask them for their perceptions of things and whatever, are important. And what's important to note, right, is that men are seen as a threat, women are not, right? So as in when you see a woman raising her voice, she just seems like she's being emotional and hysterical and unreasonable. When you see a woman throw a fist, you think of small children throwing fists. You don't think of, and this is just in general, when people are observing this, right? You don't think, oh my God, someone might get hurt. You think, wow, she's kind of pissy today. Or wow,
But
who,
that's
you know,
not fair.
I'm not
That's
saying
not
it's fair. I'm
fair.
just saying it's the reality. The reality is that men will say the same thing. When they are addressing other men, they feel a low level threat of violence at all times and a low level threat of aggression turning physical at all times when they're dealing with men, not when they're dealing with women. They don't feel the same inherent sense of danger or fear, right? And that has to do with our evolved perceptions. So it's not so much that, oh, people don't care that men are getting abused, is that people, when they see it, they're not seeing it as abuse. They're seeing it as some hysterical woman making a scene, throwing a tantrum, and no one's really getting hurt. That's unfortunately. So we have to
Right.
work on the perceptions of what people are seeing, because they're not seeing it like, if they really thought the man was getting hurt, right? Like, oh my God, she's scary. Oh my God, she might really hurt him. Oh my God, she hit him. Ooh, that looks like it hurt, right? They do step in. The problem is that that's not our perception. Our perception is that the woman is pathetic and futile and throwing a tantrum and just being emotional, and oh, these emotional, hysterical women, oh my God, and we brush it off. And that's really where the problem's coming in.
Right. In my opinion, these women are much more dangerous than the men. They can definitely do more damage because a man, people will stop them. But like we were saying, a woman, nobody's going to stop them. This woman can end up stabbing a man to death and no one cares. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it can end in death. So women are definitely more dangerous than men. And this, what she's doing right now, is very dangerous as well because we're only hearing one side of the story. We're not hearing the man's side of the story. She can be
But
putting
let's
on
not
a
tell the woman's
show.
side of the story either. Let's no. We can't do that because we don't hear the man's side of the story either. And no one turns around in this space and goes, well, we didn't hear the woman's side, so I'm not sure if he's full of shit or not. No one does that. No one does that. Okay. So it's not, listen, it's one thing to say that when we're talking to people who overgeneralize all men or overgeneralize all women based on a few individual stories, to say, hey, you haven't heard both sides, or you're doing too much. But it's another thing. We don't, like, we have to listen to things and just evaluate them based on their merits. And we can't dismiss the marriage just because we haven't heard both sides. We don't do that when we hear the man's story. So we can't do that when we hear a woman's story. It's unfair.
Fair enough. I
Thank you.
understand your point.
Thank you. Now, y'all are gonna love her. Coriander Yander. I think that's Coriander Yandy or Coriander Yander. She's actually a YouTuber. I've seen her before on YouTube. I can Coriander Yander. That's what it is. I can't remember where I've seen her on YouTube, but I know I've seen her on YouTube.
She does look familiar.
Right?
Yeah.
So now I have a couple of her videos because I don't know, they just got better with time. Actually, maybe I should show the other one first because I think this is the second one of hers I found. But I'm gonna start with this one. Whatever, it's the one that's open. And so the comment she's replying to, right, says, now you're conflating issues. Don't act as if other demographics are not as violent, if not more. I will wish you well on your divestment. Good night. Okay. So let's listen to Coriander Yander, who was engaged to a white man. I'm sure she'll mention it at least twice. Okay, let's go.
Get out the way, boots. Hi. See, no, this is the problem. This is the problem. This level of delusion is the problem. Okay, how Black women, just this level of cognitive dissonance in regards to the hand of men that you've been dealt. This is the problem, because you protect these men to your own detriment. Okay. She says, now you're conflating issues. Don't act as if other demographics are not as violent, if not more. And what Twilight Zone, alternate universe do you live in where other demographics inside of this nation are as violent towards their race of women as Black men are, okay? Because the violence and the carnage against women inside of our community at the hands of Black men, the oppression at the hands of Black men within this community towards their women, okay, is on a scale that you would expect in a third world country, not in the United States of America. These men have an active femicide against you in the United States of America. You have the highest domestic violence rates. These men, last time I checked, it was 1,400 in the year 2020. The number probably climbed since I last checked it. Black women and girls being murdered every 6 hours.
Mm-mm.
Has anyone ever calculated that? Because I did. And I don't think...
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it's not hard, right? So you think about it this way. There's 6 hours in a day, right? So, or sorry, there's 24 hours in a day. Divide that by 6. That's 4 women a day. Times 365. That's 1,460. How many Black women are there in America? Well, there's like, what, 13 million Black people in America, right? Isn't it about 13 million? So that would be about 7 million Black women, right? So let's divide 1,460 by 7 million. 7 million. And then let's multiply that by 100 to get a percentage. That's 0.02%.
Okay.
So Black women are dying by, what do they call it? Black femicide at a rate of 0.02% per year. Now, I'm not happy when 1,400 people die for any reason. I'm not saying, oh, it's okay, who cares? But what I am saying is that when you say 1 every 6 hours, right, it sounds like it's going to work out to be a lot more than 1,400 women, right? Like, and so if they're suggesting then that less than 1,400 white women per year die violently, I would love to see the evidence of that. I haven't seen the evidence of that, but I would like to see it. So that was the very first thing I remember, because someone said it and I said, well, that doesn't really sound like a very big number to me. So I calculated and I'm like, 1,460 out of 7 million?
Yeah, that it's not a high number at all. But Black women like to make it sound like that, to play victim. Like, oh my God, Black men are killing us. No. More Black men die in America than Black women.
Well,
So,
yeah, that's my thing. People turn that into it's 6% or whatever. No, it's 0.02%. Right now, would it be great if we lived in an ideal world where it was 0%? Of course, absolutely. I don't think anyone should die. I don't think the man from the story that we read earlier should die, and I don't think that those 1,460 women should die just because they love the wrong man. No, I don't think anyone should die. Okay,
at all.
At all. But 1,460 out of 7 million. Okay, that's 1,460 men out of 7 million. Again, that's only 0.02%. So how are we going to say that all Black men are violent, crazy, Black femiciding heathens when only 0.02% of them are, right? I mean, it's such an unfair thing to say about all Black men when if you just work out the very basic numbers that they're working with, then... Right? Because 2 men didn't kill 1 woman. You're saying one to one, at least, right? So if 1 to 1, that means 1,460 women died. That means 1,460 men killed 1,460 women. 1,460 men out of 7 million men.
Yeah.
Come on now.
It makes no sense. And I wish they would stop saying that. Every time they say that, it's cringe. Every time I hear them.
Right. But you know what, though? But health at every size, and who cares about all the obesity-related epidemic death, right? Because that's really what it comes down to. Everything from having a higher likelihood to die from Rona, than heart disease, stroke, heart attack. I mean, all these things, right? But like, several different types of cancer, right? And so the death rates of that's getting up into the hundreds of thousands a year. But no, that's not the enemy. Right? Severe morbid obesity. That's not the enemy. You know what the enemy is? The 0.02% of men.
Right.
That's really what's killing Black women. Right.
It's insane.
Okay, now let's go.
Every 6 hours, Black women and girls were being murdered. And I remember there was a post on social media from a Black man saying, if Black women want that smoke, all you have to say is smoke. What else did he say? I wish I can add this. I'm new to TikTok. I wish I can add a screenshot of it. He was like, Black women want that smoke. All they have to say is smoke. We can drop the every 6 hours down to 1 hour, if you know what I mean. He was talking about Black femicide. There is no other demographic in this country currently, in the United States, that is as violent towards their women as Black men. And I'm sorry to break it to you, but you're an enabler. Okay? You protect these men to your own detriment. This is
In primetime VH brought up my next point, which is that lesbian relationships in the Black community are worse, and they are more violent, and there are more deaths. So I'm just saying, from a percentage level, right? From a percentage level, maybe not from a numbers level, but that's because the Black lesbian population is significantly smaller. But the rates of violence and murder in lesbian relationships is significantly higher. So you can't say that, oh, well, it's so much higher, or like, oh, it's like the rates of a third world country, or it's worse in the world. I mean, she's not even stretching to the world. She's not. Because if she did, you don't have to stretch very far for you to see that, like, outside of, like, the Western developed worlds that, are better, like, say, Canada. I'm saying we are better. Sorry. But no, we are. But hey, I'm just saying. But no, other than that, you go pretty much anywhere else, just to developing countries. You don't have to go to the developed world, just to developing countries, right, in general. And what you see it's crazy. There's a show. I don't know if y'all have seen it. It's like the worst prisons in the world. And so I was watching that, and Buddy goes and stays like a week or whatever in like the worst prisons in the world. And in a lot of these prisons, like, it's crazy when you listen to why all of the men are there. They're there for rape, mostly, first.
Rape and murder, huh?
Yeah. And murder is actually like the lesser, but a lot of them rape and then murdered. Like, and here's the thing. So you're talking about these other countries, or countries where, hey, yeah, no, men are there and they murdered their wives for cheating on them, or for disrespecting them publicly, or whatever it is. And like, yeah, they got like 5-7 years, not even like life. Like, not mercy killings, honor killings, right, in Asia and in Africa, still happening. I mean, to act like what's happening in America between Black men and Black women is worse than what's happening across the globe is crazy. It's just crazy.
And let me say this. Black men are some of the nicest men in the world compared to these men, like someone brought up, like the Muslim and Arab guys. Oh my God, they're going to kill you if you don't even have your hijab on. That's disrespect. You know what I mean? These men will smack you for saying the wrong thing. If you look at a man the wrong way, you'll get smacked. You'll get stoned to death. So these women better be lucky Black men aren't like these guys. Black men are nice. Black men don't beat on women like these other men do.
All right, let's keep watching.
Well, first let's read the super chat.
Ooh.
We have to move it. Thank you, Dig Thug. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah. He says, are there numbers for how many Black women join inmate dating sites? No, I don't think there's. Do you have any numbers for that, Ruby?
Honestly, I wouldn't even know how you would get the numbers. And then, on one side you have the dating sites, like websites, but then they also have those letter exchange things that people do, and I don't think that that's attached to race at all. So I don't think you could really keep track of the number, unfortunately. So I don't think so. I don't know. You know what? Listen, while we're listening, I'll do a quick search and see if I can find anything.
Thanks for that, though. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
What I mean about how you don't love yourself. You love Black men more than you love yourself, because you are willing to turn a blind eye to the murdering and the carnage the rape, the pedophilia problem inside of this community just to protect Black men's image at the expense of your life and your safety and your own well-being. This is what I mean by how we live inside of a Black male worshiping culture, how a lot of these women like yourself, these Black women like yourself who are deluded about Black men are male identified. Okay, that's why we redefine the term mammy to describe women like yourself. You're complacent with misogyny. And you care more about the image of Black men than you care about your own safety. You protect these men to your own detriment, and that's a problem.
See, I don't understand that. I want someone to tell me what that means, male identified, because I honestly don't know.
Me neither. Never did.
I've never really understood what male identified meant. So if someone knows, please share. Okay.
Thank
Oh,
you. Want to
looks
read the
like we
super
have
chat?
another super chat. Yay! All right, so Darkman60, thank you so much, sir. And he says,
Thank you.
hello, ladies. I just read The Guardian, and it does not say who killed the Black women, but Black men and boys are double.
I'm confused.
I think, did you mean that the rates of Black men and boys that are killed are double the rates of Black women that are killed?
I think that's what he meant. That makes more sense.
Yeah, I think so. I think here's what it comes down to. I think the rate of Black girls, right? I mean girls, so like kids that go missing is significantly higher. And so while there's no death rate attached to a missing child, you could probably assume that they are dead, or they might as well be probably rough. And then, our Black boys, they don't go missing as often, but they end up dead more often. And then you have the stats now of Black men, Black women, them dying, and how are they dying? And I think that is a breakdown that I honestly haven't really seen. I haven't seen a complete breakdown all at once. I see pieces of breakdown. Do you know what I mean? Like, as in, someone will look at some factor. They don't look at all the factors. They don't look at all of them together and say, okay, listen, every possible factor, what's really killing us? What's really, really killing us? Honestly, I don't
Right.
know.
Real quick, I want to start resetting the room because we always get new people in here. So let's reset the room a little bit. Right now,
Okay.
we're talking about divestors. There's a lot of women who are complaining about Black men and saying that's why they divested. So that is the subject today. If you guys please can just like the stream. We need likes. We need likes for the algorithm. Please, right, Ruby? Let them know.
Yes. See, y'all need to understand, when you come in, we appreciate y'all. Okay. Watching, great. Smash that like, it's free, right? That helps bump us up in the algorithm. When you comment, right? This is why we're not trying to shut down no voices. It is no echo chambers over here. Comment, speak your piece, because it bumps us right? If you share Facebook, YouTube, wherever, bumps us. And, we really appreciate that, because we want to be able to have more of these discussions, get them on a bigger and bigger scale. We got a lot of stuff that we have coming up that we're planning for you guys. We want to keep being able to build and grow. And so, your support is so important to us. So, whatever y'all can do, but at the very least,
hit the like button.
Smash that like button. That's all you gotta do, y'all.
And I see y'all in here. Some of y'all got big platforms on Facebook. Y'all have it on YouTube, Instagram. Share. Help us grow. Please share. We'll remember y'all if we ever blow up. Don't worry. We got you.
We love our day ones, okay? And y'all know Ruby's not just saying that because some of y'all have known me for the whole 6-7 years, cousin, right? I don't forget none of y'all. So
and listen, some of y'all have known me for the whole year and a half I've been here too. I'm not an OG like Ruby, but you already know. Hit the like button.
It's a like button. Now, all right, Melody, you wanna drop the link while we watch this last video of Coriander Yander?
Oh yeah.
people come up, start speaking their piece. I know it's been a bit. Thank you guys so much for your patience. So coming. I know y'all like to watch these videos with us. Come on. It's like my favorite thing to do. I love when people review videos. I'm not going to lie. I love it. It's my favorite thing. My favorite thing.
Thank
That's
you,
why we do
Golden
it.
Goddess. She said, let me share it, please.
Aw, thank
We
you, girl.
we love you, Gigi.
I really hope you do email one of us, though, because I think that's going to be a great discussion. I would love to have that discussion.
Please. And if you
Mm-hmm.
want, you can bring one of your people from your sector. We'll have
Yeah.
a double. So,
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. All
yes.
right.
Hit the like and
Now,
hit the
I
link.
thought, yeah,
Sorry, guys.
definitely. Definitely. Smash that like and then smash that link. Come up here and
Yeah.
speak your piece. Come up here and speak your piece. What's up, El Nixon? Okay. So now, here's the thing. We got this video, Coriander. I'm telling y'all, listen, we could just watch her videos all day. I swear to God, I just kept clicking and it never got better. So actually I think this was the first one I clicked on, but she's addressing something slightly different in this video. And so she says, "You're finished, bed wench." That's the thing that she's replying to. You're finished, bed wench. Y'all need to stop doing this. This is not an effective tactic. Okay, it just makes you look like you're emotional in your feelings. It makes you look like you have no self-control, and then it gives her fuel for the fire. It gives them their fuel. Stop doing this. It's not cute. It's just stop, please.
Stop.
Like,
Quit it.
I understand why we don't like her either. That's why we're reviewing this so we can critique it properly. But y'all do better. Okay,
Yes.
right? Just do better. Okay.
This black man is offended because he told me that I was going to have mutt kids for being engaged to a white man, and I told him that my mutts are going to know who their daddy is. Here's my message to black men, right? Concern yourselves less with black women, talking about your bad behavior.
I hope GC sees this because it's something I said to GC and he didn't believe me. He said, listen, women play with their hair. It's an instinct built into women, probably from
Mhm.
the chimp era of us, because chimps, they sit there and play in each other's hair all day.
Yeah.
Right? But women play with their darn hair. It's what they do. And so black women, you see them play with it more often when it's a weave or whatever, because that's what's hanging. That's when the hair is hanging. And when they handle it with their wet fingers or whatever, it's not going to make it frizz up and ruin it and da. So they can do it. But generally, a lot of us before see hair is up in a puff or whatever. You can't handle it the same way without totally ruining your hair. But when you see a black woman who has permed hair or hair that naturally falls like this and whatever, what do? They play with it. Now, y'all are going to see I am right because she can't stop herself. And what's bad about it is it just got mad split ends and it looks terrible. And I don't know why she's doing it. Like, it just makes her look like an idiot. But
It's a
women
weave, right?
can't help it.
It's a weave.
This is her hair. Look at her ends and look at her hair. This is her hair.
Okay.
So she comes in and out of the light. I don't know why she has the light behind her head like that. It's terrible to do, but she comes in and out, blocks the light sometimes with her head so you can see it better. But no, this is definitely her hair. Okay.
Wait, Ruby, Confessions left. Come back. You saw Confessions was up here.
These are my confessions when I said
back.
you come back. It's all right. You probably was having some trouble with sound or something.
Yeah, I love his channel. He got a good channel. All right, let me drop it.
All right.
You're not raising your children, considering that you leave over 70% of Black children in the Black community born out of wedlock into single parent households. And then despite shifting blame onto Black women for the single parent epidemic, you go into the white community and you litter the white community with your army of bastard biracial children. According to a study that Black Men Cried Racism and got taken down, that said that 92% of biracial children were born out of wedlock into single parent households to white, Asian, and Hispanic mothers. Okay. You're the common denominator. If you're the issue will follow you.
Now, Black men, Let's talk about it. Because I looked it up. And she's not wrong. She's right. She's actually right. Um, there is a
Golden,
very
look at
high.
Golden Goddess. Here we go. She gonna be mad this segment.
I'm just saying, but no, there is a higher incidence. It's not like when these interracial instances occur, right? Well, the men stay, and now they're more likely to be fathers to their children. Whatever. It's actually they're not. And when you're looking at the instance of single parents to interracial children, what you find on average is that if a daddy's going to walk out of his interracial children's lives, it tends to be, I'm sorry, the black father. And so, black men, let's talk about it. What is it then? And, because I will say this, and I said this earlier, it's a theme that I keep repeating. It doesn't matter your race. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter your race. It doesn't matter your religion. It doesn't matter whatever, right? If you got some type of dysfunction and trauma that brings in dysfunction and trauma to you in your own race, you're going to bring the same thing in other races, right? But what is it about our demographics specifically, right, that makes it okay for us to walk away from our children more often than not, especially when we are imparting on them some blackness? Why do I say that? Because we live in a society where blackness is a disadvantage. So you are going to, if you have a biracial child with someone, now you've given them some blackness, now you walk away. That mother has no idea
I
how
actually
to help.
I
Hmm?
actually think the opposite. I think more and more black men are starting to become good fathers. I barely see black men leave the child's life. They might leave the mother, but I rarely see them leave the child's life. Like
Oh,
all of that is just a bunch of black women making things up. Oh, he don't want to see my child. He don't want to be in the life. But there's plenty of black men fighting to be in their children's life. It's the black woman keeping them away. That's what I'm seeing.
but I'm not talking about black women. I'm talking about other demographics of
Even
women. I'm talking about
even
interracial
yeah,
children.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like even the interracial women, like white women, Asian women, these women are keeping the kids away. Women in general. Let me just stop saying black women. Women in general, because I see a
Well,
lot of men fighting for custody for their
see,
kids.
the thing is, it doesn't change anything for a black woman. It's sad to say it in this day and age, fine, but it doesn't say anything against that black woman, honestly, in this day and age, for her to have a black man's child. It doesn't change her status. She's black. She had a black man's kid. She already had black status in this country. But when you're talking about other races of women and they have a black man's kid, right, it actually does change their status. It changes their status with men of their own race and culture going forward, right? It often changes their status within the culture that, they tend to practice in any way, whatever that may be, right? It actually lowers them to have a child out of wedlock, and especially a black child out of wedlock. So in and of itself, there is no advantage, and there's also no normalcy. There's way more shame to these other races of women for having a half black child out of wedlock and then being a single mother to it. And so this is why I would say no. I can hear you when we want to talk about within black on black statistics, right? But when we're talking about from the outside in, there is a significant disadvantage. There is a significant disadvantage. We have to recognize the Western world we live in. There's a significant disadvantage. So I don't agree that that's true. I do agree that black men are the best fathers because they are the best fathers. When black men stay, they are the best fathers. It's objective. They have measured it. They are the best, most dedicated fathers when they stay. Just
Absolutely.
because,
Black men are great fathers. And there's like back in the day, that might have been true for like the 90s. But now, even young men having children, I see them being in their children's life, no matter the race of the mother or whatever. So those stats, where did you get those stats from about black
uh,
men leaving children? Can you pull up the stats so we can see?
I could, uh,
Yeah.
not right now. I could.
Well, next time, like
I'll
when we,
find it. Yeah, I'll find it and put it on the screen next time because I looked it up. I don't know. Whenever I sent you these videos is when I actually looked it up because I was just looking up what she said. Right, which is why I looked at the whatever because I like to fact check people, and she said
right.
something, and I was like, I don't know anything about that. So I decided to look it up, and no, I found the numbers that support what she said, and not like she misunderstood them. I found the numbers, so I will definitely have to find it because I
Yeah.
probably should have kept track of it, but I didn't. Not
And
gonna
I
lie,
don't
I've
think
been
those
sick.
stats. Yeah, oh my baby.
Thank
No,
you.
but I'm glad you feel better now though. But I know for a fact that these women are making this up. I think those stats are untrue. Even if there are stats, I think they're asking the mothers, and the mothers who hate the fathers are making this up. That's what I'm saying. Like they can, of
Well,
course they're asking the mothers, but I'm sure these fathers do want to be in these children's lives.
well, you know what? Listen, we can do that until the cows come home. But what it comes down to is I have directly, both professionally and personally, seen both. And I don't mean I've seen one of each or one of one and a couple of the other. Okay, I have seen both. And so the white girl I told you about, for example, um, or my godson, um, both of those people, right? So my godson and the white girl's kid have black fathers. One's
Right.
from Grenada, one's from Trinidad. And what do
Mhm.
those both of those men have in common? They ain't ish. Okay? They ain't ish. Now, it's not because the mother's keeping the child away, not because the mother's making things hard. If anything, the mothers on both sides, both of these cases, were practically begging for these men just to show up, not even money, just to show up for your kid. In fact, the white girl, she lied to OW back when cause she had her kid very young, like 14, 15. She lied and put a name that they couldn't get child support from. It was like some American name, so just so the father wouldn't get dinged with child support. Like all she wanted him to do is show up for her kid. And what did he do? Had that kid sitting by the window, staring out the window, crying to herself. Then the few times he picked her up ever, had the new girlfriend watching her instead of him, and new girlfriend beating her with brooms and stuff. You don't understand. Liz, here's the thing. Here's the thing, and we have to call out ain't-ishness when it exists and where it exists. And yes, it absolutely exists that there are these ain't-ish women who keep their kids away from the man, who go out of their way, who use their kids as a pawn. It happened to my
That's
uncle,
most.
where
That's
where
most.
my it's not most though. See, that's what I'm saying. It's not most, and it's a lie to say it's most. Just because I 100% co-sign and say yes, it absolutely does happen. I'm not even saying it happens once in a blue moon. No, but you can't say that it's most because it's not most. It's not right. Even from the experiences I've seen, if I was gonna say if there was a most split, it would be 60-40 towards abandonment versus the woman ain't ish, and that's just real. That's what I've literally seen, and that's really what if you just walk around and listen to the stories, that's really what you hear a lot of. You hear it's pretty balanced these days. And that's a problem. It's pretty balanced these days. It didn't used to be pretty balanced. It didn't. Most of the time, these kids were growing up and finding out their dad tried to be in their life. Tried. And the
Right.
woman wasn't having it. The woman was denying it, this and that, or she was using it as a weapon, or leave your wife or else, or whatever it was. That's what we used to hear more of.
Yeah,
But
because
what
I have
happened
a
is,
family member like that, Ruby. I have a female. I'm not gonna say her
mhm,
name, but she is acting like he don't want to be in the child's life, but it's really her. And she filed for child support, even though he offered to give her money. He was like,
mhm,
"Please don't put me on child support. I'll pay you, and I'll take the kid, buy the kid clothes, blah blah blah." She did not want that. She just wanted the money. And guess what she does with that money? Hair, nails, clothes for herself while the kid runs around with the same clothes on all the time. And like I said, she's a family member by
mhm.
marriage. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not,
Rosie had to
she's
make
not a,
sure to let you know she ain't genetically related to this one.
yeah,
Okay, she's
she's
by
not
marriage.
genetically, no, by marriage. She's like a aunt, whatever, whatever. Yeah, whatever. But she's a family member by marriage. And yeah, she's a deadbeat mom, but she has everybody else believing that this man don't want to be in a child's life.
Oh
So
no, I agree.
you
I,
know,
I,
this is the
it
type of
happens.
people, this is the type
It
of
happens.
women, yeah, that we're dealing with today. And now I'm not going to keep saying the black community, women in general, Western women, you know,
But
and
here's
then
the
you said
problem.
women over, and you say women overseas as well. And I do believe that black men might go over there and have children with these women, but they not innocent either. If they're saying black men ain't, you know, they ain't innocent either.
Okay, here's where my issue comes in, right? Is and I agree with you to an extent, right? Like I said, it's not most, and the reason why it's very easy to see this. Okay, at some point, the majority was really on the mark. I agree. Fine. Except either mom picked a Rolling Stone, right? Mom picked a married man, or mom was using the kid as a weapon. If you go back maybe 40, 50 years, that was the majority of the reason why kids didn't even know who their daddy was. Fine. But here's the thing, that bred a whole generation or two or three, depending on how close these generations are. Some of them are very close together, right? Because, in 45 years, you have three generations right now, and it's working out like that, right? So that's bred multiple generations of fatherless homes with people who don't understand what a father is, what a mother is, what gender roles are, what love is, what support is, right? Everything's about a game, trying to get mine. You're establishing these roles when you are still a child, with no real social support about how to do this properly. And so what's happened is, right, we've bred several generations back to back to back who don't understand. They don't understand the importance of a father. They didn't have one. They don't understand the role of a father. They didn't have one. Right? If
Mm,
all a father is supposed to do is pay bills, well, you can do that through child support. And then what do you need a father for? Right? Because how many of those kids, both male and female, grew up in homes where women were saying, I'm the mother and the father, right? I pay the bills. I take care of my own. I'm an independent woman, right? And so this is the
mm,
problem. So now we get to this generation that's coming up now, able to have kids now, and both sides of it don't get it. They don't get it. They don't understand the true value and investment of a father just being present and active in your life. Forget the money, right?
right.
They don't understand that a mom can't be a mother and a father. She can't because she's not a man. She's not a father. She can't. Right? Like they don't understand those things. And so what ends up happening then is men are easier to just throw up their hands and say, fine. You want to give me some headache in my head? Fine. I don't like this chick anyway. Fine. And walking away. And then what you hear a lot of is, no, I didn't fight it in court. Well, why didn't you fight it in court? I don't have the money. I was going to lose anyway. Da 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 da. So you're actually hearing a lot of people who don't fight. They lost their kids. They wish that they didn't, but they're not fighting either because they've been infantilized in a way where they just believe that they're going to lose, so there's no point on trying, even though we've got men in this space who fought and won.
Right. Well, before we get to El Nixon, I'm going to say this. These women
Hey,
are having children by the same man. These men have like several baby daddies. They're not getting with the men who don't have kids. They're not. They're getting with the same pool of men. So it's the women's fault for picking these men, the ones you speak of. You know, because like they're picking the futures of the world and the who else? Who else got a million kids? It's a whole bunch of men with a million kids, the Pookies and Ray Rays as they speak of in this space. But nobody's picking the good men. So this is the women's fault. I blame the women for this.
there's like 3
You
million. Let's say there's 7 million Black women. Okay. If they were all picking the futures of the world, because, and I want to address this, right? Tyron Mickens said it basically as well too. Ruby, please explain why only 18% of Black men in America make up for 80% of the children. Look up that stat. Well, here's the problem. That stat doesn't exist. People have extrapolated. So what they've done is they've said, well, hey, listen, birth rates are attached to who? The mother. The person who pushed the baby out of them is definitely the mother. And that's what birth rates are attached to, is the mother. The father, we don't know. In fact, so if there is no father on the birth certificate, for example, right? If the father that's put on the birth certificate is there because he's the husband or the boyfriend currently, if the father that's put on the birth certificate is not really the father after a paternity test, if the father is never put on the birth certificate because she never knew his real name because it was some hookup in a club, whatever the case is, they have no way of tracking that, right? The only thing that we know for sure is how many women are having children while they are not married, because birth rates are attached to the woman. They're not attached to the men at all. So we actually don't have anything even approaching accurate numbers for how many fathers there are. And part of the problem is some of the men who think they're fathers are not, right? And some of the men who don't think they're fathers are. We don't know. Like if we went, I think if America did a clean sweep DNA test of every man, period, that had been living the last 50 years, that are alive right now, then we would be able to get some very interesting numbers. And I think a lot of people would be very surprised.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
Did
know
we
what to say
read
about
Zeno's
this.
super chat?
But
I don't think we read Zeno's super chat. So let's read Zeno's super chat before we get to L. Nixon.
okay, but and then I wanted to say something to Mr. Know It All too.
Okay. So Zeno FHD, cousin, what's up? Thank you very much, sir. And he says
Thank
stats
you.
can't show actual family dynamics. That's true. That's a very big truth. Very big truth indeed. All right.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
and let me get to that. What did he say? He said I was right about something. Where is it, Ruby? I can't.
Mr.
I want to
Know-All,
read
here
it.
you
What
go.
was I right about? Thank
Was
you.
this it?
He says, you were right. The stats were compiled from a survey given to 1,000 non-Black women recruited through the internet, radio, and news. See, I told you. I knew I was right.
Okay. Do you see what that says? Okay, I'm going to tell y'all something about research because that's my field, right? As in, I went to the top research school, one of the top research schools in all of the Western world. First of all, that's my field. It's what I work in. You know what a survey is equivalent to? A survey is equivalent to like us just talking here on YouTube. Because here's the thing. First of all, the problem with surveys, they're actually less reliable than observational studies where you just secretly watch people to see what they're really actually doing. Because the problem is a survey requires self-report. That requires people to not only answer, but then to tell the truth, which in and of itself has its own bias. Because only a certain kind of person is going to be willing to answer a survey at all. And then a certain kind of person is going to be willing to be honest on a survey, right? And then a certain kind of person is going to be too paranoid to ever be honest on a survey, and so on. So you have to recognize at the end of the day that surveys are not like they're very biased, okay? Because a survey of 1,000 people when there are 13 million Black folk, 1,000 people, right? When I said 1,460 people was not enough to say Black femicide was going on, but 1,000 people survey is enough for you to tell about something else? Come on now, let's be real.
Okay. I put the overlay up because I just want to make sure that Nas and everybody is real people. So Nas, you there?
Yo.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Okay, yeah. How about you, Confessions?
Hello?
Hi.
Okay, I know your voice. Okay, and L. Nixon.
That's me.
Perfect.
Okay. Yay. Okay, so let me take that down. I'm scared. You know I'm scared.
I know.
So who goes first, Ruby? Oh, L. Nixon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hi,
Yeah, so
L. Nixon.
how y'all doing?
Good evening.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say for my oldest, like I get what some of the guys are saying, because for my oldest son, I did fight for my son, and it ended up working in my favor. But not a lot of people have $10,000 to spend. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, I had to go to court many times. And CPS will tell you there's a lot of things that come into play with that. And they'll straight from a woman's mouth. When the father's normally winning in custody, normally CPS will get called just because it throws off the whole situation. I had the guardian ad litem, which is a child lawyer on my side, a counselor, and a CPS lady come to my house with supposedly pictures that I abused my son, which I didn't. I did discipline him, but I didn't abuse him because he was doing some very disrespectful stuff. So the CPS lady gave the pictures to the lawyer. No, the lawyer gave the pictures to her and asked her, do she need them copies? And she said, no, I don't need them. She gave them back to him, and she told me the case would be closed in a week. And she got in touch with me every week throughout the case. And she said it happens all the time. When fathers are winning, you see all types of stuff. So with some men, they understand that, it's going to take a couple of times, a couple of trips to court and lawyers, depending on where you're at, can be expensive if you don't qualify for free counsel. So that's one thing. Another thing, as far as the walking away, you would have to classify what the walk is. It walking away just because, or is it walking away because see, here's the thing. Most likely the woman will stay at the home because she has the kids. And for a lot of men, and I've been there myself, if you're in a toxic environment, I'd rather you leave the home, because it's going to be more harmful for the kids to be in a loveless and a very toxic home than you just stay in there and try to make it work. You're going to damage those kids. I'd rather you walk away, go to another home, and co-parent. I'd rather you do that.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about the address of the parent who has the child, they're going to qualify it as a single home, whether you're co-parenting or not. They're still going to qualify her address as a single parent. And I do hear a lot of people talk bad about the fathers. Well, some of them are not even legit. Some of them have an issue just because the relationship didn't work. So people got when they say left the home, what is left the home? Did he just leave just because, or just the relationship didn't work? Now, and then on the flip side to that, there's a lot of people complaining about the father and his responsibilities and all that type of stuff. And I really wish, if we can examine everything, I really wish we can get the DNA test of everybody as soon as they have a child. Because half of them that's bitching and complaining, it's not even their kid. It's not even a guy's kid. Like we can bring up fraternity fraud. That's another situation right there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, so let me address a couple of things you said. And of course, Alex, always with respect, because brother, I always respect what you have to say. So the first thing I'm going to say is this. Now, absolutely, lawyers are expensive. A lot of people, though, don't try. And I mean, this is just from me having these conversations. I started asking about 4 or 5 years ago, right? And so my problem is not that, well, you did try, you ran out of money, because I hear that. Or you know what, you didn't have the money and you try to work something else out, in the stages that you could afford or whatever, right? A lot of people just don't try because they're like, oh well, I'm gonna lose because the internet told me so. And I got a problem with that, especially because the first time I helped someone fight for their kid, I was 16 years old, driving a man an hour and a half every way to the courthouse he needed to go to be able to fight to see his kid. And this was after years of him not fighting to see his kid. I think the kid was about 8 years old at this time. And finally, we're getting somewhere. We finally got a court date. We're past the point where, you do the thing where you sit down with the mediator and whatever. And it's finally got a court date, right? File the papers, had the papers. I was helping him fill out all of it, right? Because all he used to do was drink and cry about not being able to see his kid. And that woman, the mother of his child, called him and said, listen, let's forget about court. I'll let you see her. I can see you're serious now, da-da-da-da-da. And I told him, don't you listen to that woman. Don't you listen. And what did he do? He listened. He didn't file the papers. And what did she do? She filed her papers and she showed up in court. And then went, see, told you he was unreliable, told you this, told you that, and lost custody, right? And this is what my issue is, that a lot, if you delve into a lot of these stories, a lot of them, right? We do have a couple horror stories. I'm not saying we don't, of men who did fight. They fought for years. They fought tirelessly. They spent lots of money, and all to no avail, right? But what we do have a lot more of now in these up and coming fathers are ones who don't even try. The second point I wanted to address.
They do try, Ruby. They do. It's the women. The judges believe the women over the men. It's not fair. I've seen
Melody,
it.
if you didn't go to court, you can't say the judge believed the woman over you.
But
you can say the judge believed
no,
some
she
other
got a
man
point.
over.
I gotta push at you, Ruby, and stuff like that, because I seen dudes go through this myself and stuff like that. How they fight constantly for their kids. Judge will take their side most of the time. If it's a woman or a male judge, they will take their side.
No, I
We're in
get
a
what Ruby is saying. I get
You
what
know what I'm
Ruby
saying?
is
I
saying,
understand
and
what you're
here's
saying, but just she's
yeah,
speaking from a small percentage. But most
yeah.
of the time, they always siding with the women.
They
Am I
side with
though?
That's
the
like even the
Because in
women.
this
DNA
space,
test that's
what
going
I'm
on right
saying,
now.
no.
Hold
But
on,
here's the thing.
hold on.
And no.
Just how
I
process. Let me finish. Just like
no, no.
let me finish. Let me finish.
I
Just like
wasn't
when they
done.
got DNA tests that go on right now, there are dudes that took DNA tests has been proven that these kids ain't theirs, but yet the court still make them take care of the kid that's not theirs and stuff
Mel,
like that, and they settle
Mel,
for that.
Mel. When it's your turn, you could go. It's still my turn. Okay.
And I'll push back on it. So there you go.
Yeah,
All
you can
right,
push back when it's your turn. Let me
Exactly. So
finish
right.
my
We're gonna
answer.
Yeah, let Ruby go because
let's
I want to add
right.
on to
I'm
something.
sorry. Go ahead. We're all
Okay.
cutting each other off.
Right.
Go ahead,
Okay. So
Ruthie.
please, thank you. Okay. So that was the first point that next thing that you made, I wanted to address. The second thing I wanted to address is this, right? So when I talk about men walking out of their children's lives, that's literally what I mean, the child's life. The women who decide to use their kids as a pawn or as a weapon when the man leaves her, and so therefore now you can't see your kid and whatever. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm
Oh, okay,
talking
okay,
about I'm talking about the men who, because they left the woman, because they're done with the woman, they're done with the kid too, right?
okay,
I just don't
okay.
want to have
Appreciate
to
it.
deal with. I just don't want to have to deal with it, right? And so this is the problem. The problem is what it comes down to is if you listen in the space of which I have been doing a lot of, okay,
Yeah, I
when you
know you.
listen in the space to the, I have for a long time, right? Damn near a
Yeah,
decade now.
yeah.
What you hear, right, of actual human beings who are actually here, the ones who are actually here, actually tell their stories. What you have the majority of, I'm not even kidding, of the guys who went to court, the majority either have custody or have full rights and visitation. The majority. Those of the guys in this space right now that actually went to court. But what you actually have is the majority of the guys didn't go to court at all. They didn't. And so the woman showed up at court. They didn't think there was any point in them showing up. So they got screwed with child support. They got screwed with this. They got screwed with that because they didn't think there was any point in showing up because they didn't know that there actually are organizations now and places to actually help the father, help the men. They didn't know. And no one's talking about those things. And so what ends up happening is the guys feel like there's no point because they've heard the horror stories. They've seen the horror stories.
I get what
So they
you're
feel like
saying.
there's no point, right?
Right.
And I'm not saying that the system isn't biased. I'm not saying there isn't a large bias built into the system. But what I'm saying is you've got a lot of brothers in this space alone who have beat the bias. They beat the
Well,
bias.
well, actually, to add on to that, they are doing better when it comes to advocating for fathers. But the thing is, um, I would have to add on to what Ruby saying since she clarified it. In my whole process, I did see a lot, and that's the reason why, like, there's some guys who are discouraged because of lack of information. So that's the reason why,
So
and that's what I'm going to be addressing on my channel, how to protect yourself when it comes to the
listen,
law, when it comes to fighting for your kids. I mean, through my process, I seen a lot. I didn't see brothers showing up. I mean, are you a part of the PTA? Are you involved in the school? Do you have a counselor for your son? Do you have any administrative paperwork? And she is right. What I see with a lot of men is they fail when it comes to administrative. So
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of information that I would be putting out myself, even when it comes to protecting yourself, when it comes to the law. And I do advocate to throw pride aside when it comes to domestic violence. A person is a person when it comes to that. I have no problem, and I have sent a woman to jail. It was my oldest son, mom, and I don't give a one fucks about it. And it actually saved
good.
my military career. So there's a lot of things that men need to understand and focus on. And because we have pride, that's what screws us all the time. Even in DV, we want to wait until we get arrested to say, well, she did this, she did that. And they're going to tell you if you didn't report it, it doesn't matter. When it comes to your child, and, we always want to be a kind heart and say, well, she's cool, so I'm not going to do nothing about it. And they use that to go against you. Like if you live in a certain address and you're going to court, make sure you let the court know what your address are. I mean, because there's so many things that can screw you. They need to know your address. So it's so many things to this, and I will be talking about that type of stuff because there's no
Good.
need to be discouraged, but you need to know what your resources are.
But they're
Yes.
not. I think they're discouraged because of what they're seeing with other cases, how the judges are not believing them. That's what's making them discouraged to go to court. You don't
No, it's
agree with
true.
that?
It's true. It's true, but it's not the evidence. It's not what you have, but it's mostly in court. And it's not even the truth. It's what you can prove. So you got to be
Yeah.
very vigilant at
Yes.
documentation. I mean, for men, we literally got to become detectives. We can't slack on nothing. We got to have, I mean, I don't care. You got to have recordings. You got to have pictures. You got to be involved in
Yes.
school. You got to work. You got to work 3 times as hard. And when it comes to that type of situation, being nice to the other person, no, you ain't got to worry about that. Just say, hey, look, I want to go buy the book, and this is how I want to do it. Don't even worry about her because you just have to be like that as a guy. You can't have no soft points because it'll screw you at
Yes.
the end.
Yeah,
Yeah.
these
No,
women, I'm
listen, thank
telling
you
you,
for
these
saying
women are
that.
grimy. Like that's why I
But see
feel
that
so bad for these dads. Like people always believe in a woman. Like I said, I don't believe nothing that lady was saying because women always lie to get men locked up. They know men have no chance when it comes to the system, no chance at all, especially
see
black men.
that's
They know
why
that.
though. But see, Melody, that's exactly why what L. Nixon just said is exactly the point. Because if you listen to all of the men who actually went to court and fought, right, of the majority of them, I'm being serious, right? The ones that won, what did they do? They were protecting themselves from junk. They had a record of everything. They kept the records of everything, every text message, every phone call. They recorded every phone call, every visit, everything. They had a record of every single thing. Because hey, listen, if you're gonna say, well, if I walk into a courtroom, I'm a man and I'm against a woman, and the court is just going to give, if no one has any proof at all, no one has proof, the court is just going to give the benefit of the doubt to the woman. Well, then I'm not going to leave it up to the benefit of the doubt. It's very simple. I'm going to get my proof. I'm going to collect my proof. I'm going to become good at keeping track of all that administrative paperwork. I'm going to get good at keeping track of my money, of my business, of my transactions, of my interactions, period. I'm not going to let nothing slip, right?
Mhm.
Then you know what?
Yeah.
Then it's not
Dude.
up to giving the benefit of the doubt to the mother because then you're not just going by he said, she said. The women are banking on men not preparing,
Hey, you can
right?
set
So
it up. You
prepare.
can set it up and be involved in the school PTA. You can
Mm-hmm.
set it up already, like ahead of time, set it up, get more involved, and make sure you get everything in order.
Right.
And then hell, you could request a guardian ad litem. They'll do, and especially if you know the situation is not favorable, then what they'll
Mm-hmm.
do is they'll take a study of both homes. I mean, hell, I had letters from the substitute teacher, from the PTA, everybody, and they were like, damn, they didn't even like her. Like she's always
Mm-hmm.
complaining. Like it looked like 95% percent favorable in my position, in my favor, and she didn't like it. She was mad as shit. So I had everybody on my side. You just gotta do all that paperwork, all that, front loading and getting everything together. I even had a counselor for him. You know what I mean? Just a little extra, but it worked in my favor. CPS lady
Wow,
was calling me every week to
Yes.
make sure I was good.
that's
Yep.
good. I'm glad you know what to do. I wish like you can teach other men how to go about it.
Oh, no, I'm gonna be
Well,
putting that stuff out. I'm gonna definitely be putting that stuff out. So it's coming.
Yes.
yeah, because it's
Love
not
that.
fair. The system definitely set up against black men. I see it every day. But
Yo,
let me get confessions in there. Hi, confessions.
hey
Hey.
Melanie, what's going on?
Thanks for coming. Nothing much. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm not gonna be here long. But I got a question for Ruby.
Okay.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
so Ruby, who do you think is more at fault for black men not being in their child's life? Is it the woman or is it the man?
Depends. I
Depends.
mean, honestly, yeah, here's the thing. Men and women are not a monolith. Black people are not a monolith. These situations are not monolithic. Right? So there are women who literally say, well, if you're not going to be with me, then I'm taking your kid away. So either be with me or I'm going to make your life impossible and you can't have your kids. You can't see your kids, right? They use their kids as a bargaining tool or as a pawn. Well, in that case, it's obviously the woman's fault. Um, there are men who honestly, because they're not in love with the woman anymore, they want to just move on in their life. They want a fresh, clean slate, right? And the new woman that they're dating doesn't want a man with kids, and then they shrug their shoulders about the kids they already created. Well, then that's his fault, isn't it? right? So I look at the individual situation and the choices that are being made and why they're being made to judge who is at fault. I can't make a blanket statement about men or women being at fault because I don't think it's like a simple cut and dry black and white.
Right. So are you familiar with the Maury show?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I just wanted to say,
I wouldn't use that as a perfect example.
Hey guys, my bad. I'm gonna
Absolutely
drop.
not.
I'm gonna drop and come back later.
Okay.
I was
Thank you
just
for
gonna
coming,
say,
sir.
you can kind of look at that. You can kind of look at that as an example as to like exactly how many women are doing guys dirty. Like there's women who get tested like multiple times trying to find out who the baby father is. You know what I'm saying? And you gotta look at it like this: like they're choosing these guys. There's
Mhm.
good guys out there who are, who are making good money, who are good men, wholesome guys, but they're getting overlooked for like the pookies. You know what I'm saying? So like what do you think about that?
Selection bias. And so it's actually something I brought up a little bit earlier. But
Okay.
basically, right, not everybody, right? If you look at the whole population of America, or well, actually I have no idea how many people are in America. Let's say how many people are in America, y'all? Like 30
I
million?
think it's like
100
40 million.
million?
Oh no. It's
Couple
40 million black
billion.
people. I think it's like 100,
It's
You
a
talking about
40
lot.
million.
you talking about black people? It's a couple million. I don't know how much
It's
million, but
like
Uh,
4 million black people, but yeah.
Okay, well, let's
Mhm.
say there's 20 million people in America. Let's just say, okay. So of the 20 million Americans, right? Not all Americans are going to call in to Maury, or be on Maury for any reason, right? Um, there's only a particular demographic of humans to begin with who would ever call into the Maury show to be on the Maury show, let alone to put their business out on road, as you would say, right?
Mhm.
That's already a biased demographic. It's already a biased pool, right? So you're not looking at all Western women in America, right? And they're not representative of all Western women in America. They're representative of the kind of person who wants to go on Maury and put themselves out there like that for their 5 seconds of fame and don't feel any kind of shame, right? Or self-disgust for doing so. So this is
Okay.
where then now of that population of the kind of woman who is willing to do that, are the majority of those women willing to lie, cheat, steal, and pretend that someone's his baby daddy when it's not because she doesn't really know? Yes, absolutely. Right. But is that representative of all of America? No, it's representative of that kind of person, right? Which are normally, let's be real, there are people who are lower in socioeconomic status, right? Those are people who are normally fatherless children, right? They didn't have fathers, they didn't really have a strong parental presence. They grew up in scarcity. They became sexualized very early. They started trading sex for some type of favors or comforts in, creature comforts in life and whatever at an early age. Their whole basis of self-respect and integrity and whatever is based basically kind of like on hoe culture, right? And so
Yeah.
those, kind of scarcity ghetto hoe types, well, yeah, is that thought representative of that type of person? Absolutely. Is that type of person representative of all of America? No.
Right, but but what about black women though? Because like I don't know if you watch Kevin Samuels or not, but there's a lot of black women who call on, and they are pretty much like out of touch with like reality. Like, they keep picking like the wrong men. Anything that goes wrong in their life, they blame it on the men. So I'm just talking about just the black community. Do you think like there's an issue with the women who pick the men, or is it just like mainly the men's fault?
Water seeks its own level. So
Okay.
there's a problem with the people who are picking each other who are
Mhm.
dysfunctional. This dysfunction finds dysfunction, right? Trauma finds trauma. Broken finds broken.
Okay.
And that's why they bond to each other because they're broken. People who are broken and dysfunctional and traumatized and whatever, well, someone with my energy, I'm not going to draw them in, and vice versa. They're not going to be on my radar. I won't be on theirs. Why? Because their level of brokenness and traumatized and dysfunctional, right, is not attractive to me, and vice versa. My level of functional is not attractive to them. right? So I'm not
Yeah.
blaming either. So I'm not blaming men or blaming women. I'm recognizing dysfunction and trauma where it's at, and recognizing that dysfunctional, traumatized people act like dysfunctional, traumatized people on both sides.
Here's the thing. Like if you go on YouTube, like if you watch some dating coaches like Alan Roger Curry, Mr. Lucario, Steve the Dean, Angry Man, Coach EO, you know what I'm saying? They don't talk about a lot of their bad experience with being with women. They talk more about their positive experience. You know why? Because they focus on themselves. And if they see a pattern, most of them go on too much while they're going through negative experience, they look at themselves in the mirror. So they change that. So now they wind up having positive experience. And they try to teach on the others. You got to focus on yourself. Just like what we said, water sticks its own level. If you're going to be so focused on too much negative things in your life, you're going to attract negative things in your life and stuff like that. You still have full control of what's going on with your life and outcomes, even the people that you meet and stuff. You don't have to deal with a lot of people in your life and everything. You know how you always hear them say it's a numbers game? But there's another thing that a lot of people know also too. It's a quality game also too. It turns into a number game, and after a while, it turns into quality. But you don't have to go out and speak to a lot of women as much no more. You focus on the quality of women. And when you master that level so much, you won't even have much of a problem like that anymore. Seeking quality women, you know where to go get them at. And you won't even have these much problems like a lot of people go through as much. And it's be taught to hear a lot, but people ignore them so much and stuff. And that's the problem. And so we promote a lot of solution based things that's going on that we could do, but people ignore them so much. They focus on the drama so much. They focus on data facts so much of the negative side. Why don't you focus on the positive numbers? Even though it's small, how can we make that small positive numbers grow? Just like Ruby said, there, number six is on level. Like she's focuses on the small positive numbers because she became that small percentage of positive numbers, and she's trying to make it grow. That's why I feel the same way.
Right. So I want to have Nas because Nas was next.
Mhm.
But Ruby, I see you pulled up with that person
Yeah.
said,
Holy
"Holy
Chaos
Chaos
Dragon.
Dragon." Yeah.
So I want to address it really fast before you go, Nas. Give me a sec. I just want to say this, okay? So Holy Chaos Dragon said, especially when you know multiple partner fertility or multiple baby daddyism is a real thing. But you're a Canadian talking on American issues, though. I want to know, do y'all
Oh,
think
brother.
Canada's on a different continent?
Right.
Like,
It's nothing different. It's nothing
right? Do
different.
you realize that technically, where I am in Ontario, Canada, I am further south than Washington, D.C. is? I mean, literally, we are very blended as a culture. Yeah, obviously, there's differences between Canada and America, but North America is a very blended culture. And the things that affect America affect Canada as well. We have very similar issues and problems. I mean, are we lacking some problems or do we have different problems than America sometimes? Yeah, we do, absolutely, right? Same thing with Black Jamaicans versus Black Americans. But ultimately, what it comes down to is we're on the same damn continent. I'm not pointing at America and saying, oh, damn Americans over there. I'm talking about all of us, us. I talk about us. You know why? Because it's the same damn thing. Whether it's on the south side or the north side, it's the same thing.
And you know,
Right.
Ruby,
Canada is not so America, Brownsbury. We're our own country. Thank you. Sorry.
and
Go
you
ahead.
know, Ruby, this is proving our point. When we were saying they focus on so much negative shit so damn much. It's like, damn,
Mhm.
why don't you just focus on positive? That's why they got so much negative outcomes. So,
Right. But let me hear from Nas because he's been waiting patiently. Hi, Nas.
Hi, guys.
Hey, what's good with y'all?
Hey.
Thanks for coming up. I love your hair.
Right. Beautiful.
yeah,
Appreciate
Ruby,
it.
that's your baby boy right there. Sorry.
No, it's my godson. It's his birthday today. He turned 10.
Happy birthday.
Mhm.
He's adorable.
Yeah.
Right?
He takes after Auntie. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
What's
Um,
on your mind, Nas?
I kind of just like want to touch on this whole like this divester stuff. You know what I'm saying? Um, Me personally, like I used to like at one point I used to have like some like a little bit of sympathy. You know what I'm saying? Like I just felt like it's kind of like a sad thing to see, but then it's kind of like when I ventured more down the rabbit hole, like that rabbit hole, terms of what it really is like about us, kind of like disgust me in a way, you know what I'm saying? To the point where it's like, yes, I don't really have too much sympathy, um, at least for like, if you were, I don't know, just the whole divestment thing, you know what I'm saying? Because, it's just, to me, I mean, like when I did have sympathy, I would just say like, it's just they don't have like self love, you know what I'm saying? To me, I
Mm-hmm.
think it's like you're supposed to start from the top up. You're supposed to start from the bottom, then you're supposed to go up. You're not supposed to start from the top up. It's like they're going through, like the media's perception of black women, you know what I'm saying that, black women are not beautiful, they're not this, they're not that, and stuff like that. And then when, black men, based on what they're saying, black men, validates what the media says, they feel some type of way. And I just feel like, that kind of like reflects their like low self-esteem, you know what I'm saying? Because getting like any type of validation, you know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
that's the whole thing with them. It's like they want validation,
Yeah,
you know?
you know what
Yeah,
I think?
yeah,
Real
yeah.
quick, let me say this to you. I think they're only doing it because they don't think black men want them anymore. They're only doing it because black men are dating out. So they're going hard to try to make you guys jealous. That's what I think.
Not
And the
working with
bottom
me. I
line,
ain't jealous. I don't give a
right,
shit.
exactly, it's not working, but
I
um,
encourage them like, yo, if you feel like we ain't right for you, go date out. I don't
right.
care. Find your happiness somewhere else.
They have low self-esteem, and that's why they're doing it. They don't think they're as good as the other races of women. They're pretty much jealous of the other races, so they're trying to say, well, hey, listen, you guys can date black men, well, I can date your men. So it's like a tit for tat thing. That's why I think they date out. I don't think they really like white zaddy. I don't think they really do.
See,
It's
I
just
Yeah.
the
actually
mind
like
control thing.
This is
Oh,
so
I
go ahead.
funny
really
though. A
want
lot of
exotic
us is not
status.
dating out like that where they think it is. That's where the delusional mindset it is. They want the
Exactly.
same small percentage of men and stuff, and they can't get wiped up by those guys. Like they have a certain standards. They can't accept the fact, okay, you just fought just for fun, not for wifey type. That is it. Now, duly knowing they defense, yeah, some dudes might have lied to them about it. Yeah, I give them credit for that and stuff. But the same way they trying to tell us how we should know our place and everything, they know they place in some categories also too. So it's like, yo, like that's how I don't be bothered with them, yo. Like, yo, okay, that's how they feel. Go ahead. I don't care. Shish. I'm gonna go find
See,
my happiness in peace.
what I think is this is what it comes down to me, is that we know that pretty privilege exists, right? We're very familiar with our own culture, whereby, at least on a perception level, right, exotic women, right, women who stand out from the crowd because they're different, right,
Hmm.
get a certain level of status and privilege and special treatment as a result. Now, if you black, you can't get that treatment from your own people, but
Right.
you will be treated as exotic and different, and evaluated on a different level if you're with someone who is not black. And so I think really what they want, is exotic, slash pretty privilege, right? They
Well,
want the exotic privilege. They want the treatment of being an oddity and a fascination. And oh my God, you're so different. And everything about you so wonderful because you're so different. Instead of your 4C hair being nappy, right? It's, oh, this is so gorgeous and wonderful and different and exotic. And that's what they want. They want to be celebrated as something special and exotic and different, which they can't get from black folk, but they can get from, the other tiers of men who are, they might be lower ranking in their own culture. But either way, it's not about how they rank amongst their own. It's about how they're treating the women, how the women feel as a result of being with them. That's what I think.
right. Well, let me say this. I kind of disagree because shout out to Confessions and Therapy and thanks for the super chat. I
Thank
agree with
you.
what he said. He says most white men don't like black women though, and I definitely agree with that. And black women are the bottom of the totem pole. Like other races are deemed more attractive than black women. So not a lot of people are checking for black women. like that, Ruby. No one thinks black women are exotic. I don't think anyone thinks that. So
It's not
yeah,
true. Here's the
I
thing.
gotta
They having sex
listen.
with
They
them, of
might,
course, but
Let
for
me
yeah,
for
get
they might.
a
Well,
wife,
let me just say this real quick. I'm sorry. Black women are beautiful. Don't get me wrong. But the attitudes and everything, men don't think that's exotic. Men want to stay. They want to run far away from that.
No,
No,
but here's the
nobody
thing.
wants to be around that attitude.
let
Here's
me
the thing. You take the exact same attitude and you put it on a sexy Latina woman while she's speaking Spanish, and guess what? Right?
She's
A
spicy.
non right, she's feisty and she's sexy. Now here's the thing. Even if y'all remember the show, That 70s Show, okay? Jackie was the most annoying character. She yelled and screamed and bitched and whined and moaned and complained. She's entitled and spoiled, and no one could stand her. Right? But then at one point, Kelso starts dating Jackie, and Eric is like, I don't get it. Or I think, no, Hyde starts dating Jackie, and then Eric's like, I don't get it. And it's like, okay, now imagine Jackie, and then she's, in a bikini, whatever, and she's doing her whole attitude thing, right? And then Hyde's like, okay, now mute her in your head. And now all of a sudden you're watching her make the exact same faces and yell and scream and whatever, but you can't hear her. And Eric goes, oh my God, she's hot, right? So what it comes down to is, and here's the thing, when it's our own women in our own language, our own everything, we can't help but hear it. We can't help but listen to and understand it, take all the nuances from it, be insulted by it, whatever. It's not special or different. We're entirely in tune with it, right? But you take some European white guy, right? And now you got a woman who is cussing and yelling and whatever in Ebonics, which he barely understands English well anyway. And but she's cussing in Ebonics and whatever. He doesn't understand the nuances. He doesn't understand whatever. All he sees is a hot woman with a whole bunch of fire and da 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 da. And he's just thinking passion, and he doesn't understand her anyway. And now she's hot. Right. And that's the way it works. I mean, that's the reality of it. I'm not talking about white American people, I'm talking about white people from everywhere else.
But what
Right.
I'm saying
And
is, these
that's what a
women
lot of these
are
women are
more
dating.
hey,
right, but these
Mel,
women are more feminine than these black women are being masculine with the attitudes. The Spanish
but
spicy woman,
but
she's more
but
feminine with it.
what Ruby's alluding to, which I get what she's saying, we want what's opposite what we're immune to. We're us black men, we're immune to hearing our own women saying this and stuff like that. But when we hear from another race and stuff like that, it's like new.
It's more
Also,
sexy,
too, yeah,
yeah,
we not even project,
spicy.
block it
But if
out.
that were true, then black women, white men should be checking for black women.
But
They,
they're
they
not.
do it differently though. They see things differently. That's the whole
here's the
thing.
thing though,
It's the
like,
same concept, but each race would do it differently. Let's say a black woman doesn't have an attitude, but she had a banging body that he wants to smash, and she does act a little ghetto, but she's in a sexual way. Most white men are into that dominatrix BDSM type stuff,
This is true.
I
So
just,
he's
I'm
gonna see it in that way and stuff when he gets turned on. That's
Right.
the reason why percentage of black women get with white dudes because they do certain things sexual with them that most black men ain't gonna do.
Well, I
Let me
don't
give
think.
y'all a story time because I got a good story time for this.
Hey, real
Okay.
quick before
So
you do that, Ruby, I'm sorry. I don't think Nas was done, my love.
Oh, sorry, man.
I think I cut. Yeah, I cut Nas off, and everybody else started talking. I apologize, Nas, for
okay.
cutting you off. Go ahead and
good.
finish what you were saying.
You know that, that's just my main point. Like I just don't think that they have like a foundation. Maybe they came from a bad family structure. I'm not even gonna say maybe. I mean, I'm not even gonna say that because you even had the Lauren Smith Fields situation. She had a father and a mother. Like they had like a nuclear family. I think they allowed her to go to college on her own merits, and she was pretty successful. She was doing her thing. I'm saying? Beautiful dark skinned woman. You know, um, and to me, I just feel like, her in particular, if I were to use that as an example, she wasn't um advertising herself in the right way. Like she wasn't using her beauty. Like, it's one thing to be like, Miss America, Miss, I don't know, Miss Alabama or whatever like that. But, she was catfishing, basically catfishing strangers on a dating site, what I'm saying? And that eventually led to her demise and stuff like that. And it's like, if I was her father, or if I was her brother and stuff like that, I would be like, yo, man, it's like, you know, I would, of course, as somebody that's blood related to her, you know, I would feel like so, like, endeared, you know, to, you know, in terms of how she went out, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would be like, what the hell? Like, trying to go kill this, uh, you know, white dude or like that, you know what I'm saying? Or whatever man, whatever race that, you know, killed her, whatever like that. But at the same time, I just think that that should serve as a lesson to not advertise yourself in that way to strangers. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it's just to me, I can tell that with even with her, you know, you know, as pretty as she was, she had low self-esteem as well because she wouldn't she wouldn't have to catfish, you know, strangers on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that was just a whole stranger. You know what I'm saying? She didn't know the dude from a can of paint. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a lot of black women, it don't even matter how attractive they are. It's like they're letting the outside noise and they're internalizing that into their whole identity and stuff like that. And you know, you know, it's just they don't have any self-love. You see somebody like Muhammad Ali, Malcolm X, they were countercultural figures, you know what I'm saying? They didn't give a F about how society felt about them because society hated them at the point. But now when they're dead, now everybody want to sing their praises. Oh, they were strong and they were courageous. But they wasn't saying that back in the days. But the people that sacrificed themselves, um, you know, for the stuff that they believed in is because they had self-love. You know what I'm saying? So that's basically the main point I want to say. You know, you can't let society validate your existence. You
Right.
know.
Well, thanks for that, Nas. I appreciate you.
Okay, now it's time for story time. So, and no, but you know why? It's because I live in an immigrant culture, like in an immigrant society, right, where the majority of the people here are immigrants. So you're either landed immigrants up to third generation, but you know most of the people here are not Canadian first. They're from somewhere, even if they're white, they're from somewhere else. And so this is where you really get to see the illustration of how white men from other cultures that are not, you know, North American culture, do actually find the black woman very exotic and, you know, and part of the issue is, and we talked about this with Rashida, is not understanding the difference between being desirable as like a wife and as a figure of respect versus being desirable as a sex object. Um, and a lot of black women, because of the society we live in, and because of the way women's brains evolved to actually want and need that social validation, like we literally, our survival is based on that social validation. Literally, the level of quality of man that we can get, the level and quality of protection that we're going to get, and support that we're going to get, and help with our kids. Should our the father of the child die in war, or you know, fighting off dinner or whatever it is, right? All of that is literally based on your perceived level of attractiveness. That's really what it comes down to. So, you know, and this was from 10,000 years ago. We haven't evolved since then. So women's brains are programmed that way. But I've seen it happen a lot of times in our younger days. So the teens, early 20s, there was this woman, gorgeous, beautiful, very, 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 very beautiful. And she was dating the guy who's like, you know, the star basketball player, right? Black guy. And then, but she wouldn't give it up. She was a virgin. She wanted to stay a virgin till marriage, blah, blah, blah. And so anyway, they end up breaking up. He goes to like this basketball camp for the summer and they end up breaking up. And come to find out, she dates this Italian kind of low-key mobster type dude. Okay. Um, Dates him. And by dates him, I mean literally crawls around his basement naked with a collar on for the entire summer. As he just worships how sexy she looks and how gorgeous she looks and how like it's a dream. It's like a dream fantasy. He can't even believe it's happening. And to this day, well, I haven't talked to him lately, but you know, as of maybe 6 years ago, last time I saw him, he's never seen anything more attractive in his life. Was that black woman crawling around with the dog collar on, being, you know, treated like a, you submission dolly. Point is, okay, a lot of Black women, right, see these guys who do look at the Black women, especially the darker skin with the full afro and whatever, right, and fetishize them even, right, and they see that and they're like, oh my God, she's so worshipped, she's so lovely. Oh my God, it would be so nice to feel that way. Because that's how they feel about light-skinned women and exotic women, exoticals, as they call them, right? That's how the women feel about those women. So they figure, well, that's how the men must feel about the women. So then when they get treated like a fetish, then they're thinking they've reached exotical level. They've reached that same level of those light-skinned women they've been worshiping their whole lives, right? And this is the problem, is they don't really understand. They don't really know or understand what men think or what men feel or what men, because they're not listening to the men, right? It's not about talking to the men or what the men want. It's not. It's about their perceptions of what the men want. And that's all that they're really going by.
Right. Well,
I
Mr. Know-it-all, do you have anything to say about that? Because you've been quiet up here.
I wanted to speak to some things earlier. But in regards to what she just said, I mean, I guess it makes sense that people who, because she says that she lives in a country of immigrants. So yeah, maybe in a country of immigrants where people aren't socialized to be around Black women, they'll find them exotic. But in our country, where the Black women's representation in the media and everywhere is, just like the Black man's, not good. I don't think that same level of fetishization exists here. It does exist, but not on that level. So
I mean, I
Are
agree
you,
with
are you
you.
talking about the level like Ruby?
like
You was describing a BDSM lifestyle type.
this Italian mobster guy level.
Yeah, because here's the thing, right? So, unlike in America, right? America wanted everyone to come and assimilate, right? Everyone become American, right? Forfeit your previous identity and become American. And so, literally, it was the closer you were to the ideal of what American man, American woman was the better. Whereas in Canada didn't do that. Canada didn't say come and assimilate. It said come and we're not gonna be a melting pot. We're gonna be multicultural, right? Everyone come and be you and be that proudly and hold on to your heritage and hold on to your separate identities, right? And so yes, we have a smaller proportion of Black people here, we do, but part of it has to do with hanging on instead of hanging on to this Canadian ideal of what being a Canadian is and what the identity of a Canadian is, because there isn't one here, right? There isn't a standard of Canadian beauty whereby Canadian is defined as whiteness. It doesn't really exist here in the same way. And so therefore people are hanging on to their outside identities, their outside cultures, right? And so then basically everything outside of your of your original culture is exotic, and everyone's hanging on to those things. So you see a lot more interest, fascination, and even knowledge of the differences between Asian cultures and African cultures and whatever here, because everyone's hanging on to them a little bit more. So I think that if there is a big difference, it's the difference between identifying with the slave traders in that culture or identifying with the culture that didn't participate in the transatlantic slave trade. That's what I think personally.
Well, then, to counter your earlier point, it doesn't really matter how geographically similar where you live in Canada is to states in America or cities in America, because what you just described is a vast difference.
It is a vast difference.
That's nothing like how it is here.
It is, and yet what 3/4 of our TV stations are what American stations, right? I mean, the thing is, and I mean, I guess it's difficult to understand because America is so American, right? Everything is America and everything is American. But America doesn't realize the impact and influence they have in other cultures and in other countries, especially in a country like this. Yes, we do have our own identity, right? As Canadians, there are things that are different, right? But we are very immersed in American culture, American music, American TV shows, American movies, everything is America. In fact, a lot of Canadians know more about American politics than we know about our own, because we've always been drenched in American politics and Canadian politics, like if you catch it, maybe, right? So there's just a lot of American influence here. And so as a result, you see a lot of things, a lot of the problems that exist in America, in American culture, the divorce rates, hoe culture, so on and so forth, that's going on in America, you see also happening in Canada.
Hey, Melody, if I could say, I want to say two things. I've been listening for a while, so some of this is going to be going back to something you said, and one of the things going back to what L. Nixon was talking about.
Okay.
The one going back to what you said was you were talking about why your opinion on why black women divest. It's primarily to make black men jealous.
Yes.
And I agree somewhat, but I think even more so than that is they actually are trying to entertain the idea of dating out. But the problem is it's hard to reconcile that with the fact that they don't want to settle either. And
Right.
so I think what they're doing by bashing black men is they're trying to convince themselves that it was their idea to step out, not because we rejected them for white women or they weren't getting the attention they need from us. They're trying to convince themselves
Mm-hmm.
that
Agree.
they wanted that these other groups of men were actually their first choices. And in order to do that, they have to make themselves hate us.
Yeah, but they don't want you guys to know that. All of that you said, they're trying to make it. Yeah, you're right. They're trying to make it seem like it was their idea, but it's really because it's like, nah, 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 nah. I got you back, type thing. That's what I really think. But what you said, I do think is the real reason they're doing it. I mean, well, it's a reason as well, but also what I said too.
I mean, I think
So
it's a
it's
mixed
both.
bag also because some of them that might actually genuinely be their first choice. But I also feel like because of what Ruby was saying, that this evolutionary need for social validation, they don't want to. None of them want to step out on their own. They don't want to be the only one doing it, right? But if it's more of a trend where not all, but a significant amount of black women are dating out,
Mm-hmm.
then they don't have to answer for it, so to speak. It's just the norm. So I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to normalize it, and they're also trying to shed themselves of any sort of feeling of settling. They say things like, "Oh, you're conquered. We don't want to be with you because you're conquered." But then they go to a Latino man. Latinos are more conquered than we are.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if you
Based on
notice,
their criteria of conquered, I don't call Latino people conquered, but based on their criteria of what it means to be conquered.
Criteria.
right,
We at
but if
least
you
escaped our
notice,
language, throughout
Yeah.
Africa, while they lost damn near all their languages, all their customs.
Mhm.
Mm,
Right, but
definitely.
if you notice, they hate other races of women. The
Which is
ones
how
that's
you which
dating
is
out. They hate whites, they hate Hispanic, they hate everybody who's not black.
which is how you know that's kind of betrays their true intentions,
Right,
right? Because if the fact that they don't like other races of women is really like saying they don't like other races.
right. They don't like the women or they don't like the black men.
Well, I think they do like the black men. They're just frustrated with black men. I
Well,
bet
true.
you like their ideal if they think about their ideal man, it's still some black man that fits some description, no matter how realistic or unrealistic it may be. But I remember one of these divester channels. I was watching the show, and she had an episode about. Well, first of all, her show's all about promoting dark skin beauty in the media. But then she had an episode about how all these dark skinned men that get attention, the Idris Elbas of the world, and some other people I didn't know, how none of them were actually that attractive.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because she didn't want her followers to like black men. It's like she at the same time she's promoting dark skin beauty, she was trashing dark skin beauty when it's on a man.
Yeah,
And so,
but look at some people like Cynthia G. Cynthia G talks down so bad on black men. They're dusty, they're this, they're that. But yet she's having babies by black men, the same black men she speaks down on.
same with
And
Paris
I
Milan.
think, right,
Isn't Paris Milan's man black?
Yeah,
Isn't
you hate
Christian's man black or was black?
Yes. That's how you know that they are attracted to black men. They just trying to get you guys back because they feel you don't want them. That's what it's all about. That's why she's calling you guys Dusty and all these other names because she's like, "Oh, they don't like us. You know, they hate black women. They hate our skin color. They hate our hair. Yet they're having babies by black men." So that don't make any sense.
And also, if
So,
they didn't like black men, why would they care? Not that they care, but that the guy who was stabbed to death by his OnlyFans girlfriend,
right,
why would they show up to be like, oh, that's not our problem?
right. They were saying a
We're
whole
not
bunch
going
of
to talk
nasty
about
The
things.
that.
Asian women weren't showing up and saying this man's not our problem. The Latino women weren't showing up and saying this man's not our problem, right?
You know,
Mhm.
Because for them he really isn't.
Yeah.
you know what though? Here's the thing that a lot of people miss with self-hate, right? This internalized self-hate that a lot of these women have, right? So they hate their blackness. They have learned, right, paper doll test, they have learned that everything black is ugly and inferior. And
Mhm.
they have really internalized that. So in and of itself, they think that they are inferior. Anything attached to their skin tone is inferior. And then when they see any evidence that someone can overcome that, right, it makes them angry, hurt, upset, dejected. Why? Because as far as they're concerned, because they've internalized all that self-hate, they're never going to be worth crap. So at least all the people who aren't worth crap should be stuck together. So at least they won't be stuck alone, right? But when a
Mhm.
black man, for example, now he can go date a white woman. Well, that's taking one man who will finally touch her undesirable self. Because remember, she's internalized all that self hate that tells her that she ain't worth anything, right? But she can't just say, "But I feel like I'm not worth anything, and the only people who will ever have me is a black man. So if the black man won't have me, then no one will have me." And she can't say all of that because that would, involve living in reality. She sublimates all of that, and it becomes the black man is dusty, the black man ain't ish, the black man is this, the black man is that, and I'm divesting. It's the same
Oh,
thing as having that mile long list of requirements for a man, and that's why you're single because no one fulfills the requirements on the list. No, the
oh,
list is just a defense. It's a giant defense. It's a giant shield. So that way, when people say to you, "Oh, it's sad. How come you still single, girl?" Then it's not your fault. It's not because of some failing on your side. It's because people can't measure up to your list, right? Even
but
though the
Ruby,
truth is that if you found one man that wanted to marry you, that list would go out the window. It's the
uh,
reality.
but Ruby, why they talk down on black men so much, calling them dusty and all these names, but the men that they date when they go get a white man, it's the same man, like except he's white. It's a dusty dude. They don't have good careers. It's like they act like they can get better in the white community and they still dating down.
Hey,
I
you
never
remember the
understood that
movie?
either.
Do you remember the
I can
movie Mean Girls?
Yes,
So that movie Mean Girls, right? Where she said all the girls were battling with each other and they were having that assembly. And then there's a period of time where they're all apologizing to each other. And
yes.
the one girl says, "I don't hate you because you're fat. You're fat because I hate you." Right? That's what that sounds crazy to guys, but that's literally what it is, right? All of the things that they're listing that they hate in these men and da 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 da, they don't hate those things, and those things aren't dusty to them, right? Those things are
Hmm.
only dusty because they're attached to a man with black skin.
To the
That's just
blackness,
what it
right?
is. Yeah. So you could attach it to anything else and it's fine. The only reason why it's dusty is because it's attached to the black man. Everything, whatever that black man does, is going to be put down and judged harshly and denigrated and whatever because he's black. It's not because the thing is bad. It's because blackness is bad. So everything
So
attached to the black
so
man
they're ghetto.
is
So
bad,
they're ghetto
and everything
gagging.
attached to the
That's
white
Mm.
man is good.
they're
But
they're
what you say,
they're
young
they're
East? Young East,
metaphorically ghetto gagging.
what you say, young East? Because you're next. What you say?
I said they're metaphorically ghetto gagging. That's what you're really
oh
trying to say.
Yeah, pretty
Because
much. Pretty much,
speaking
yeah.
of
one
which,
Real
divestment,
quick too.
it don't even make no sense to me because, like you said, they get with the same type of man outside the race anyway. It really don't make
Mhm.
no difference. This Jack Harlow, have you seen the Jack Harlow enthusiasm from Black
Yeah,
Girls?
yeah, yeah.
Like he is
Who's
like
that?
he would be a quintessential nigga from the hood if he wasn't white. You feel me? But this Jack Harlow enthusiasm is ridiculous. So I don't know. It just bugged me out. Like I know most of it is cap. I know it's cap because the evidence is clear. But in my opinion, most of them can't divest properly because men from other races ain't gonna be tolerating none of the stuff they talk about remotely. As a matter of fact, men from the other races think Will Smith is a bigger simp than a lot of black men. Okay, the red pill came from white dudes. It didn't come from black dudes. Okay.
Yeah.
And somebody said the divestors is trying to stick it to black men. Yeah, because if it was true divesting, then they wouldn't jump to white guys. They would divest to anybody. They divest to white guys. Yeah, they divest to white guys because they
It's an
know that that's
echo. Can you guys mute up, please? I'm sorry, youngies. Go
yeah.
ahead.
That they know
Everybody
that's
mute up.
they know that's like the black man's mortal enemy, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? So they like, well, in order to make you feel some type of way, we're gonna go get with the Wookiee or some, some basic white dude. You okay? And we're gonna stick it to you that way. So that's how they don't divest to Spanish or Asian. It ain't really let's go white. You feel me? Not even mix. Like, how come you ain't do the light skin niggas? Not even mix. Let's go pure white. So that's all right. I'm done. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey,
It's just like I was saying earlier. They too immune to feel like this. They used to their own race, so they go outside their race and find the same damn thing and stuff. But it's exotic to them. It's opposite and different. But it's like you still chasing the same thing, just a different melatonin. This is what it is. Different skin tone. It's like damn. And the funny thing about it, just like Youngie's saying, they not divesting because they supposed to be dating up. I mean, if you dealing with a basic middle class dude, you're supposed to be dating up high class. You're not dating high class dudes like that, especially someone of another race, another class. So it's like, look what happened to Megan Good. A battle rapper, like she had a high class man, boy, ex-husband now, and he about to celebrate now, like
Yeah.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
Yeah. I want
My two
to just
cousins up
like
on
the
the
other
panel.
What up, Nix?
Nixon.
What's going on, man?
If I could say something real quick before you hop in on Nixon, because
Go ahead, you good.
referred to something you spoke about earlier. So before we get sidetracked on different topics, I want to talk to you about something you said earlier. So I wanted to describe a situation and tell me if that's the same situation you went through when you were fighting for custody. Okay. So I have a friend who was fighting for custody. One thing that's not often said is that, at least in my state, prior to an official custody arrangement, oftentimes what sparks a custody arrangement is the mother refusing to let the father see the kid. So there's no official custody arrangement and she just keeps the kid. And because there's no arrangement, that's legal. So a friend of mine, he was fighting for custody for his kid. And prior to him getting 50-50, which is what he ultimately got, she had essentially 100% custody of the kid because she wouldn't let him see this child. And so the whole time she was doing this, he was trying to fight for 50-50. I noticed that when it comes to a lot of these custody issues, the men are typically just fighting for 50-50. They're not trying to take the child away from the mother. Meanwhile, the mother is trying for 100%, trying to take the child completely away from the father.
Facts.
Right? And so that's the first difference between men and women in custody arrangements. In my friend's situation, his woman invited him over to talk about like a 50-50 arrangement. And then while he was there, she faked a domestic violence incident. Called the
Oh my God.
threw herself on the ground, started screaming. Neighbors came out. Police were called. So while he's fighting for custody, he has to prove himself innocent on that. Luckily, he was recording the situation just for his own note-keeping purposes.
Just about to say that. Yeah.
And he
I had,
kept her
had
to
that
do
happen.
that.
Had that happen to me, and she said, "Oh, I'm gonna call the police," and said you did so and so. I said, "Dumbass, I'm recording you. Like, stop playing with me."
But also, when you were fighting for custody, who had custody of
Toxic.
your child?
What happened was, since she was getting into all type of situations, whatever, I went to, I got stationed in Maryland, right, and my friend was telling me that they had like they were looking for part-time government jobs, and I was in the military. So I went up there, got me a part-time job for the government, and I pretty much got myself together because I kind of knew that something was going to happen. So I was just preparing. So when she couldn't take care of him, I wouldn't, I had got him. But other than that, like she had a lot of situations that she was going through at the time. But no, I just prepared, and I used like what I knew about her, and like I said, I just kind of prepared for it. But a lot of times, like um, there's nothing established. You know what I'm saying? If you have issues, there's nothing established. So of course she's going to go down to court to establish some type of custody because until she does that, there's nothing. So literally during that process, if you have paperwork and birth certificate and all that, literally, I mean, if you wanted to get your child and move to another state and file for custody, since they're in your custody at the time, you can do that. Since they're in your custody and since they're already in your home, it'll start from there. But most guys won't even. We don't even think about doing nothing that crazy. We just don't.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing, When my brother got divorced, she was trying to take him for everything. He was just trying to, you know, be even. My friend who got 50 with his girl, so like I said, she had custody of the kid because she just refused to give the kid back, basically. And so the whole time he was fighting for custody, she was essentially neglecting the kid. He ended up having a mouthful of cavities, like to the point where it was threatening his health outside of his teeth. He didn't even know about this. He didn't know that she wasn't taking him to doctor's appointments, wasn't taking him to dentist appointments. And at the end of the day, it was still 50-50, you know? So it's like, I can see why, from that story Ruby was telling earlier, where she was driving that guy to court and she says he stopped trying because he believed the woman, but I don't think that's what it is. I don't know the guy, but I don't think that's what it is. I think it is that the men typically just want a fair arrangement. And the moment the woman said, okay, let's be fair about this, he was satisfied. It wasn't that he quit, it's that he got what he thought was fair. Only to later find out that she was being duplicitous.
Yeah, for the most part, it only affects the men and women who actually care. That's the only time people have issues is when you actually care. When people don't care, like they don't make it a big deal. So when you care, that's when it hurts the most. But you got to look at it like this. Sometimes, when you do the best you can, you keep working until you can get a better situation. Until then, you just got to look at it a different way. Like, you want to have child time with your kid, and you may not like the amount of time, and that's fine. But it won't seem like you don't care, but you're just accepting the situation temporarily. Meanwhile, you focus on whether it's getting another job or whether it's putting yourself in a better situation for later. Then they'll look at it differently. Like, okay, he act like he don't care no more. He not fussing. He not doing this. He not doing that. And then you'll see a lot of people bitching and complaining because they got to do this and the kid is with them. With hey, that you wanted the kid and now you're complaining. Like, you know what I'm saying? Some people actually will complain, but you have custody of the child. Like, whenever I hear stuff like that, I'm like, look, I can solve your problem. Pack his shit up and I'll come get him. If not, I don't want to hear nothing you got to say. You got the child and you wanted it that way. Unless you want to, you know what I'm saying? We want to change the agreement. I don't want to hear none of you complaining. You got what you wanted.
But that, could be spun to be like, oh, look, he doesn't care.
Nah, it's this you just accepting what it is. And if that's the way it is, you shouldn't hear no complaining from the person who actually has the child. How you gonna win? How you gonna get the child to the type of custody that you want, and then complain because the child is always in your custody? If you want a solution,
Oh,
back the shit up and give them to me, or else shut the fuck up.
Sound like mind games to me.
It is exactly what it is. Exactly, it's mind game.
So
So
you
you
got you
just
got
have
to
to know
front
what
like you don't
what
care. I got you.
well, not like you're front of the kid. You just have to, like, if you know at that point in time there's nothing you can do, don't spend time, you know, stuck on that. Use the time that you have with your kid. But in the meantime, let's say, hey, if you got a lot of free time because your child is not with you as much, don't spend that time chasing other women. Go get a second job, do whatever, come up with another plan. If you plan on, going to court later, let's see how things go. But use that time to get yourself focused to be in a better position if you want to come back and fight later. That's what you do at that time. You know what I'm saying? You can't stay stuck. You have to do something else with it to keep your mind right. And if you want to go back and, what I'm saying, go back again, then you do that. But being mad is just not going to get you nowhere. You got to be productive.
But I mean, do you see the handicap you're describing?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do.
You have to get a second job. You have to keep impeccable records. You got to do all these
Yeah.
things just to compete with somebody who's doing nothing but filing false reports.
Yeah. And you know what? What happens is my son is 21. Um, I had custody of him 3 times because I was in the military. And, when they get older, those kids will remember. My son graduated college and moved with me. I was working back and forth to Washington State, going back and forth to VA. He's still in Seattle now. And my son did a 180 underneath me. And his mom, when child support stopped, she started acting funny. She was like, "Oh, you're not gonna do nothing without me. You'll be back." All type of crazy shit. My son, he respects her, but the relationship is damaged. And hell, my son doing 3 times better than her financially, but I wasn't under her roof. You know what I mean? So they will have a mind in their own. They will put two and two together when they get older. And if you do your part to show them that you were on your shit, when they get older, they'll have a comparison and they'll look at him and they're like, "Damn, dad, all he did nothing but make sure he was straight. Mom's just wanted the child support and she wasn't on her shit." They'll see that. So that's what
Facts.
you got to do when I say being productive. You got to give them a comparison. If you're not doing that, then they're gonna have nothing to look at. So they're gonna be confused. They might even believe mom. But if you do your shit, they're gonna see that mom ain't shit because I told my son, I said, when it comes to your education about women, is already started. I said, your mom is a woman. You see her on her boyfriends and stuff she go through and things she doing in the house. That's your education right now. Look at your mom. He started opening his eyes and like he didn't like what he saw. You know what I mean? She's in the house with him.
You
It's
know
not
my father kidnapped me. You know that? Like
yeah,
I
you got
like I had my mother and my father had a little tiff when I was young, and he literally, well, it's not kidnapping technically because
yeah,
I'm his
good
son,
job.
but they had a tiff. He took me for like days. I mean, the cops was called. I mean, extended family members were panicking. They thought something happened to me. All off of the strength of what you're talking about. So
Yeah, you
that's
probably was
just
just eating hot dogs and potato chips and having a good time with pops.
I was chilling.
But you know what though? Listen, even if the father's not there, the person who's in the home with the child has the most influence. So I mean, we could talk about dads not being there the most, but if women stay in their bitterness, they can damage the child because they're right there in the house with the child. And like, I'm not even gonna lie, I'd be hard on single parent when it comes to women because I used to be a single parent, and I don't like to hear excuses. I mean, it is what it is. It's nothing. It's
Yeah.
something you do. The complaining I don't like. And my thing is this: when it comes to the other parent that wasn't there, when my son mom wasn't there, she just wasn't there. So when it comes to people saying, "Oh, my baby graduated, my baby did this, and I did it all by myself," cool. But on your watch, when your baby ain't doing shit, you better take that too. Take your wins and your losses. Don't just take your wins and when you lose, you put it on the parent not there. If you're the parent that's there, you take it all, the good and the bad. It's on your watch.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Agree.
True.
Right? Did we hear from Chaos Rain?
That's what I was just gonna ask. I don't think
Right?
so.
Wait, you didn't hear from me yet.
What up,
Hi,
bro?
Chaos. Welcome.
Hello, man. Um, damn, I almost lost my train of thought because I was back here for a while. I don't think I could say is the delusion was always real. And one thing that Black people have never understand is that if we are dating and making out and something happens over there, it is very hard fetch to see the community rally up in protection for either one of us. But other groups don't see the emphasis of saying that was wrong and back up us after their own kill one of us. And I think it's tribal when it comes to other groups. But amongst us, we don't think in that way. So when we talk about dating out, we do have an issue when either one of us do it overall. Women don't like the men dating, and very certain men don't like when women dating. So it's like I think like, to keep the people here, but some people already decide that they don't want to be here and they want to go somewhere else. So like always, I tell them, say, go and be happy. And if anything happens, you're on your own, baby. Oh, sir. Unfortunately, that's how the world works.
You feel like that for real?
Yes, unfortunately.
I don't know about all that, man. So racism could happen, but because somebody divested, you're like, well, that's them. That's how you feel?
I mean, that's how I see it. It's not feelings, how I see it, and that's why I know now. Now, the reason why I say that is now this guy got murdered by this chick, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I see is his family sent a GoFundMe just to pay for his burial. And I don't know if I ever seen that for most people that's ADOS here. When someone dies and they hands that they get in a GoFundMe for the community to, pay for the funeral. Do y'all know that? Or I'm just noticing only from I noticed that.
Well, I wanted to ask: was he an ADOS or African?
No, I think he was born in Africa. I believe he was born in Africa.
Okay.
His name is African. He was an African last name.
He's a first generation American.
They don't change
Either
anything.
or, you know what I'm saying? He's not ADOS, unfortunately, after I found his name. Now, mind you, I didn't know content on this because I know what's going to happen. You ladies know personally, Ruby and Melody. Remember when the young teenager got killed by the cops? You see how the community act? So what is so different from this one? The
young teenager? Can you be more specific? There's a lot of young teenagers that get killed by cops.
Young teenager or African?
The Clark that got killed by the cops. The guy that got killed 2 years ago by the cops. I forgot. I think his name's Clark, Stefan Clark.
Do you think there's only one?
Stefan
Clark. I mean, there probably might be more, but I'm still using that as an example, Ruben.
I don't know. It's just like there's about I don't know. I'm gonna say a couple hundred examples a year. So I mean, we
had to keep count, Ruby. We had to keep count for Ruby.
I have to keep count. I'm just saying it's not like it's like a one-off situation. So can we be more specific?
He made some colorist terms that a lot of people pull up his tweets, talk about dark chicks make dark days and all that, and they say, "Oh no, this man, we're not gonna support him." You know what I'm saying? He don't like black women, but
but they didn't kill him. They killed him because he was black. That's what the assumption is. What he said is what he said. But at the end of the day, if they're targeting black people, it could be you, could be me.
I know, but that's what some women, our system, view that way. If any person made any remarks to them, either skin color or hating them, and you meet your demise. And they find it, they're gonna say, "Oh well."
Or assumption.
Yes.
It was assumption because Donovan Sharp did this video about him yesterday. They saying the black community wasn't talking about him. One factor is because he's a black man dating a white woman. Another factor is he's a non-ADOS dating a white woman. And he read through his tweets and they assumed that it was racist tweets against his own black woman. It wasn't and stuff.
I'll say this though. If that white woman was a black woman and she stabbed her black husband, the divestors would have been celebrating. I'll throw that there. I think they'd be happy that a black woman killed a black man. I say that.
The funny thing about that is, we see, of course, we know there's many things that lead to the stereotype of black men being lazy and black women being hyper independent, and that strong independent for most, for a lot, is actually hyper independent, which is a response to trauma. So there's pretty much nothing Mel could do if he met a hyper independent woman. She would try to blame all of it on you, but it's not nothing on you.
she won't trust you, period, from the door. So it has nothing to do with you. It's a response to trauma. And we have our own issues, but we go to the other side and we use those cultural differences and fetishes, to make ourselves feel better. I mean, you hear a lot of well, I'm not gonna mention the names, but some of the most popular divestors, extreme ones, slip up and say, when they date white men, they're on their best behavior because
Of course.
they don't want to scare them away. They have to get used to them before they start being themselves.
That's a
So
good.
that's the reason why they don't get certain type of men when they do go over the fence, because it doesn't matter black men or black women. You can go over the fence all you want. You can run from us, but you can't run from yourself. And eventually it will reveal itself. So that's why they don't have success, but they sit there and they will keep that up for their followers, you know. Meanwhile, they're making money off of y'all. And I'm just saying, cool. Real divestors actually don't spend time talking about divesting. They just actually live in life. So the people who are there 18 hours a day, I would like for them to come up and show me their interracial kids. All I hear is a bunch of black,
Show them that they're Brad.
yeah. All I hear is a bunch of black kids in the background, and then I
They
hear
can't, brother. And let me tell you why. Because the European man knows that he can't be in front of this black chick. That's why he's not in front of him. Anytime he's dealing with her, it's probably a one night stand, which possibly might need to make her or someone else. But other than that, they're not gonna be near cameras smiling and grinning. And the ones that do, the ones that do, is for profit, to show, so they could get these chicks to go subscribe and like their channel, just so them to pay for it. That's it.
yeah, I'm not hating. I'm not hating. If you want to explore other options, just do that. That's fine. Go explore other options. Do all that. I'm not hating on any of that stuff. I'm not hating on the. I know, but I'm not hating on the black men going their own way and doing all that. I'm not hating on nobody. But what I really want people to do is start being honest, because my question is for both sides. I mean, for people who don't like one another, you sure do spend an awful lot of time trying to get away from each other online every fucking day. This don't make no sense to me. If you really was about it, you would be doing it instead of talking about it. It's sort of like you with a girlfriend, right? And she said, I hate my ex so much, but she talks about him every day. You're going to be like, are you sure you hate him? Because you talk about him every damn day.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Let me ask you guys a question. I'm sorry, Ruby. Let me just ask this real quick. Do you guys think the men in the space, like the SYSBM and the men who speak upon Black women that they claim they left the community, do you think they secretly, deep down inside, still like Black women? Because
Hell
usually
Yes.
they say,
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. And let me tell you why. Here's my answer. Because they got her on her mind. If I'm done with someone, I don't talk about it. I move on. Period. I go find a non-black woman to, have my fairs and niceness and keep pushing. Anytime I still talk about this thing and then mess around, I still got this black chick in my mind.
Listen,
and really, by default, I want one else.
Hey, Chaos, if you would pull up Google right now, right, and share and Google Black women, and you see all them beautiful Black women, man, just stop playing with me, man. Stop playing with me. Stop it.
I don't know
keep
one
scrolling
Black man that left and was happy about it. Most of them lament the fact that they had to leave. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like joyous occasion, like, oh, we're getting the fuck out. It wasn't nothing like that. It was like, damn, we can't make it work with them. We gotta go. That's the vibe.
About this, when I heard the same way that people complain about dating out, those are the that complain about dating out can't date out. Period. So it's the same way how they talk so much trash about Black women so much, but the reality is you can't date a Black woman because technically it's how you are and stuff.
But you know what, though? Here's the thing. We have to remember something, right? Is that, again, human beings, the way we think and move and whatever, we evolved to be this way. And all human beings have certain things in common. For example, we tend to like and trust and find more attractive what things that look the most like us, and things that look the least like us we tend to trust the least and like the least and find the least attractive. So with that being said, right, you would literally have to have brain damage, or to be basically brainwashed and socially programmed, right? If you look at a black person, right, and you're black and you don't see anything attractive, right, now your social programming, right, might either through experience or through brainwashing or whatever, might tell you I should stay away from it, right? It won't be healthy for me, right? Maybe you bought into the stereotypes about all black people or whatever it is. But what it comes down to is your automatic reaction is going to be to want to find belonging in the group of people who look the most like you, and trust the people who look the most like you, and date, sleep with, marry, procreate with the people who look the most like you. That is our automatic thing that our brain should do. If your brain doesn't do it, you're either lying or you're brain damaged or you are severely brainwashed, right? Like we just have to admit, like, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I often describe it as like a little kid. Those old cartoons of the little kid walking away with the bandana on the back of his stick. He's running away from home, and it's just a bluff, right? It's like I'm out of here, and you'll miss me when I'm gone.
Yeah, it's that.
You know what I mean?
That's what it is. Yep, you got it.
And that's why they're always trying to recruit other people to go with them. No one will miss you if you go by yourself. Right? So you all gotta go. That's the way to make us suffer.
Yeah.
You're not coming with me now. You go ahead. Hey, but I want to say this when it comes to the program, and it's actually global. If you travel around the world, right? Even though Asians are at the top of the financial chart, right? Still, when it comes to other cultures around the world, we're so globally programmed that literally other cultures to say, if you don't date your own, the first thing they would rather you date outside of your culture around the world is date a white man. That's a white person. It's a global thing, man. Like, it's crazy. So it's a global thing. You would be pushed to date a man who's not even at the top of the financial chart or anything. So we've been socialized for centuries when it comes to this, and we don't even realize it. It's crazy.
Yep.
Well, can I say this though? As far as white guys is concerned, some of them know, especially with some of these black swirlers, they know that they're those black women's second choice. Like they know, like nobody wants to be anyone's second choice. They know that the only reason you ain't messing with me is because you ain't making it happen with your men. So I'm on like almost a back burner. Like they know, like these chicks think that they're fooling somebody. You can't choose the white guy after you had a baby by a black guy. Like 10 niggas ran up in you. Your whole busted out. You over 30. Like, come on, they got a lot of white dudes got a lot of standards, okay? And why would they even choose you over a white woman anyway? That's from a different from their same culture. So that doesn't make any sense. But the point is, they're not gonna settle for your second best. Like, why they understand that they're not your preference. You're only doing that off of like the strength of some Tyrone cheated on you with another. Like, that's it. Like, you don't really desire them, but go ahead, man.
I agree with that. But let me ask you this. Why do you think a lot of like men that play football and stuff like that, why do you think when they leave black women for a white woman most of the time?
It's what they're around. They
So
go
you
to the
think
colleges. Yeah, it's who they're around.
Yeah, part of it is because the majority of dimes, 9s and 10s are going to be white women, and that's just demographically speaking, right? And on top of that, if the black community has such a high obesity rate, that's already contributing to there being less black dimes. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's also because those are just the ones who get the most attention. I would be willing to bet. I don't have the statistics to do it, to prove it. But I played a game with somebody before. We just named black male celebrities at random. Ones that we don't know who their wives are. and see if they have a black girlfriend or not. We just Google so and so black wife
Yeah.
or so and so girlfriend or wife and see what comes up. I think the majority of black athletes are still with black women.
Oh, they are.
I don't know.
They are, but a lot of them aren't.
Well,
I mean,
here's the thing too. You got to look at, right. So, and a lot of people don't realize this either because they don't live in those circles or they haven't really been exposed to much of them.
Mhm.
But wives, when you get to a certain level of earning, and so certain social strata, right? A wife, part of having a wife has nothing to do with raising children. In fact, that's why you have nannies and maids and whatever. It has nothing to do with that. Wives are social lubrication. That is to say, a man who doesn't have a wife is not trustworthy. And that's whether we're talking business or, pro sports or whatever it is. So wives are social lubrication. They are the thing that is going to get them social graces, get them to meet up with and, get along with the right men, be invited to the right parties because the wife is going to get the invite through the wife of the important man and so on, right? And so a woman who has that kind of training and experience based on her own upbringing and being born and raised into those higher echelons, right? That's obviously a benefit. But beyond that point, what you're looking at is, okay, well, what's the majority of that demographic of these top 1%ers? What's the majority of it? They're like 99.9% white. And what do those 99.9% white men, what do they want? Well, they want the young, hot white woman first, then maybe the Asian woman, right? And then the black one, then the Latino one. That's honestly the order in which it goes. So if you have a wife as a business move, right? Not as a, well, because I'm gonna love her and she's gonna take care of my kids and clean my house. And no, but if you have a wife as a business move, then you're looking at, well, socially, what's the best woman to help me advance my career and my connections? And the reality is either from upbringing and training and experience, or from just the desires of the majority of that population. The first person you're looking for is a white woman, second one is an Asian one.
So you're saying that those
I don't know
white,
about that.
yeah, she's saying that
That's
those
true.
white superiors. Wait, she's saying that those white superiors are gonna look past his black skin because he's banging one of their women.
No, it's not
No,
about
what,
looking.
what she's
Are you,
describing as, think of it as CEOs. You working for a guy that's CEO. You want to meet with the CEO at a specific party. He's not going to speak to you unless you're married. That's what
fact.
she's talking about. Class. She only speaks to other married people. It's like a class.
That's
They
fact.
see you differently. Now, despite you know what, in a way, they don't even care what type of race your wife is and everything. If she's a specific class and everything, that's all they focus on because that's how they got their class structure. If you're a
Nah,
single bachelor
I
and
don't.
everything, a womanizer and stuff like that, and you think you're speaking to other CEOs, they probably won't trust you because number one, they already know who you are because they know you're a womanizer. They ain't gonna trust you around their wives like that. Nah, they want you to
right.
be married.
It's
Speak to
well, no,
other
but
I
part
don't
of
know
the
wives.
about
reason.
this, man.
It's a
This seems
responsibility level also too.
this
So
seems like
so
some
so
0.001% shit.
No,
No, it's not
that's
actually.
a fact.
That
That's what
doesn't
the fact
affect
is.
the vast majority of people. I've never known anybody. I've never known a man tell me he trusted another guy because he was married.
yeah,
No,
never.
see, here's the thing.
Have you spoken to
Never
guys
heard
that's
that.
Oh
worked
my
in
God, can I
500
explain my point,
companies?
please? Let me
Huh?
just explain my point really quick because I mean it's there in the research. It's not just like an opinion I'm bringing up because it feels right.
I was backing
Right?
you up, Robbie, because I understand what you were saying. I know what you were talking
No,
about. Yeah.
no, I know, I understand.
All right, go ahead. Go
Um,
ahead.
right? So here's the thing. When we say trust, so for example, a young man who has no obligations and no responsibilities is less trustworthy than a young man who has a house, right, with a mortgage and a wife and three young children who all need braces, right? As in, how invested is that man in building up tenure in your company and committing to your company? How much do his decisions matter to him? How stable and reliable is he? How much
You're just talking
leadership
about good credit and
ability?
bad credit. You're talking about good credit and bad credit now. I think
It,
that's
it,
I'm
does,
not
it
talking
doesn't
about
matter, but that's
credit.
the whole point.
It's about social. It comes down to socially the way people are judging people. So that's number one. The second thing is though, is that, hey, listen, so you're the new guy. You're the new guy up there in the top, 10% of the company. You're nobody to them. They're not inviting you to crap. But guess what? That man who's at the top of the echelon, you really want to be friends with, you really want to be in those social circles and get those invites. Well, he has a wife. And his wife is the one who plans the parties and makes the list. So guess what? If his wife likes your wife, if his wife likes your wife, and then guess what? Your wife gets invited, which gets y'all both invited to the party at his house. See, these are the way things actually work. But a lot of people have never actually lived or worked or moved in those echelons at all to understand that having a wife is about a lot more for those people than having a baby or cleaning a house or cooking a meal.
No, because you could be cheating on your wife. They don't know the history between you and your wife. Y'all could have separated, got
they don't
back
care.
Together.
They don't care. The fact is, they don't care about all that.
Okay, so why is she talking about it if they don't care about it?
Because the fact that they don't know, that's the whole thing. They run their class a specific structure way.
Yeah.
They don't know about none of that. That's kept on the low. Period. Once they don't know, it's how they run the structure. That's not certain classes run their things.
Whoa, guys, one at a time.
Like I said, that's not certain structure class run their things. No matter how much you feel like it is.
One mic, guys. One at a
Oh,
time.
let me finish. Yeah. No matter how much you want to feel out what it is, that's what it is. Just like with the credit card thing, you're gonna be judged based off your credit history. No matter how much you feel like, exactly. It's the same way with how they run their class. If you got bad credit, they ain't gonna mess with you. If you got good credit, they're gonna deal with you.
You're not making sense.
It does make sense. It's how you present yourself.
Let me talk.
You want it to make sense for your benefit.
Let me talk now.
It don't work that way. That's not how life works that way in certain classes.
Let me talk now. Okay, so like I said, with your credit, you can track that. Okay, so when somebody got good credit, you can clearly see that. But just because somebody keeps a wife, you could be just like Donald Trump. You could cheat on a chick whenever you want with escorts. It doesn't matter. So that is a terrible gauge to see if you should trust a man because he keeps a bro.
No,
how many
honey,
hold on. How many
you're
divorces?
You're not understanding what the word trust means. You are misunderstanding the word trust.
What are you
so how many divorces did that man have?
Sir,
how many divorces?
What you're not understanding is that the word trust in the context that I used, it has nothing to do with trusting that this man is going to be faithful to his wife, because the fact of the matter is that the CEO is probably not faithful to his wife. However,
so what's the point?
That's not
the point is that's how they run that game. You gotta stop that shit. Period.
Hello.
That's the whole point. If you're making it, that don't make no sense.
Mel, stop yelling.
That's how the world works in certain classes.
Mel, calm
down. You need to calm down.
Calm down.
Damn, man, you don't get it.
Nigga, it's not that fucking serious. Calm down.
It's so damn.
Relax. It's not that serious.
I ain't that serious either, but
your blood pressure.
I'm telling you a point. Like, I'm pushing back.
Down, my nigga. Bring it down. Bring it down.
Big boy, nigga, what the fuck? Young boy, I'm not going to debate like a woman, man. This is how we debate. What the hell?
We need a bell. Sound effects. So I can ring the bell. Like, chill out, guys.
You gotta tell that nigga to chill, man.
That's not what it is.
Shut the fuck up, nigga. Damn.
Oh my God.
Nigga, you fucking bitch ass motherfucker.
I have to mute you guys. Yo, calm down.
Him. Yeah,
everybody.
You him, man.
One at a time. Y'all yelling.
Calm down, y'all.
Let's relax. We good. Yo, we one big family in here. We're good.
This nigga.
Tell me to calm down again.
Shut up.
Mel.
All right.
No one understands. The mic is not that good. Nobody understands.
You got a fucked up mic. You can't
I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear you. It sounds crazy.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't even know what we're yelling about. What happened? I'm confused.
He needs to relax. We're having a
discussion. Don't tell me to relax.
Shut the
We're
fuck
having
up,
a
Mel. You sound
It
stupid.
don't matter
conversation,
whether you tell
You
them
guys.
to
old ass
relax or you
nigga.
tell them
Shut
to
the
shut the
fuck
fuck
up.
up.
You're not checking.
Motherfucker, jerk
You
off.
get dropped fucking with me,
Guys,
nigga.
Bitch ass
we're
motherfucker.
having a
What the fuck would you do to
conversation.
us, Mel? Mel, you get
I'm
dropped
gonna
fucking
mute
with
you
you.
both. Hold on. I muted you both. Guys, we need to chill out. I don't want to drop
Yeah.
anybody. We were having a good conversation. Like, yo,
Yeah,
chill out. Yo, this is
You
what
that's
happens
just
can't,
when you
man.
get
I'm
disrespectful.
two
trying to
New
just
York
talk.
dudes. You get two dudes from New York, and this is
Man,
what
you
happens.
ain't from
All right,
Atlanta,
Yo,
man. You better. What the fuck?
yo, Melanie, put him in
guys,
the
Yo, this
back.
crowd motherfucker. Yo,
Yo,
word.
put him in the back.
guys,
Put him in the back. I don't know why
Go
he
put
wants
that
to
bitch
battle.
ass in the back somewhere, man.
I
Fuck.
just want y'all to
Young
chill
boy
out.
saying, man. Fuck.
Nigga, you can never check me, Mel. You an old nigga. You an
All right,
old nigga.
all right, all right.
Yo,
I muted you both. Guys, chill out.
relax, man. Yo,
Y'all
relax.
ruining the show. We were having a great conversation.
Mhm.
Like, can we chill out?
You
All
know,
right,
ladies, your mic. Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, well, like I said, if it gets too intense, and make sure when y'all guys, if you're arguing, the mics are off the thing. So if you're using a cell phone, it's going to sound bad
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
back.
I couldn't hear anything you guys said. It was like
Okay.
really, really bad.
And
You
you know
guys
what,
were
do
just
ladies,
yelling.
if you feel it, it's getting, if they're getting too intense, any one of us, you could just lower us down, let's cool down, bring us back up. That's how it
Yeah,
works.
yeah. I
Right,
think
that's
you
what
should do
we'll
that.
do.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
either side, no matter which one.
yeah.
Both.
Yeah, the
So
one that's more emotional and shit.
Yeah, right.
Fucking
Bitch ass
go
motherfucker.
with.
You
no,
know
no,
right here.
no,
What's
All right,
up?
so how about
You
Yeah,
know
this?
no,
good
we
shit,
did.
You
right?
both have to calm down.
Relax,
How
There
man.
you
about
go.
both
No,
of you
both,
guys?
both. You got to lower
Where
both.
you
You got
at,
to lower
young?
both.
Both of y'all can take a chill, okay?
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
Yo, I want to
that's what you
address
do.
what
Both of
Ruby said.
y'all.
Anytime if it gets too intense and they can't cool, just lower both people down, and that will calm them
Yeah,
down.
it's just really hard with my phone. I need my computer. Like, I
Oh,
was
using
trying
your
to
cell
figure
phone?
out. Yeah, I'm on my
Melody,
cell phone. My
Jesus. All right.
computer broke. It
I'm not gonna
broke.
argue. I ain't gonna argue. I know
All
my
right, let
code.
me bring them back
I
up because I
want
don't.
to address what Ruby said real quick, if I could, before you bring them up.
Yeah, before you
Okay,
bring
go
them up
ahead.
so we can actually talk about it. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
let's
go
have a
ahead.
conversation. Now, what
Yeah,
happened?
what she's talking about with the trustworthiness of men, that might be the case, but I don't think that's how men choose their women. Even if it is the byproduct of the corporate environment, it's no coincidence that ball players, women just happen to be gorgeous. You know what I mean? Some of these dudes are with IG models. Like, it's not about navigating spaces, especially when you're a celebrity. You're already upper crust. You know what I mean? Like Leonardo DiCaprio, to my knowledge, has never been married. He's still A-list. He's still, a go-to actor in his industry. Maybe in the Fortune 500 companies, the very top layers of management, sure, but for most
Yeah,
people,
but
I
no,
just
see,
don't think.
here's where I'm gonna disagree with you now. The difference between um and this doesn't apply to every single sports person, right? Because not all of them are in the top 10% of even pay, right? So some people who play in the NBA do not get paid very much. Right? Just like some people who work for Fortune 500 companies don't get paid very much, right? What we're looking at, right, is, I mean, again, yeah, if I want to find an exception here or there that proves the rule. Oh, hey, look, this guy over here runs a Fortune 500 company. He's never been married. Yeah, the one in a million. Yep, proves the rule. What it comes down to is this. First of all, these sports guys, the big stars, the ones who really are going somewhere, they have whole teams of people advising them on every move they make. And that's why you got a lot of discussion about PJ ignoring all of the advisement he was getting to stay the hell away from Brittany Renner, right? Outright ignoring it because and all the annoyance that came from that. Why? Because you have a whole team of people assessing your every move. Why? Because you're not just playing a sport, right? Your job is not just the sport. You are trying to get endorsements, right? You're trying to maintain all of those endorsement deals. You are trying to rub shoulders with the right people. You're trying to make connections for the future with the right people. You're trying to not violate any clauses in your contracts and so on and so forth, of which there are many. You have whole teams of people trying to mitigate your behavior and trying to advise you on how you best mitigate your behavior. So that's thing number one, right? Now, thing number two, if you've already made it, you got to the NBA, You are where you are. Now you just want some progeny and you're happy. You're content where you are. You don't, if something else happens, yay. But if not, whatever. Yeah, then you're not thinking like an upwardly mobile person who is still trying to conquer the world, who's only halfway there. That's very different than thinking like the kind of person who's trying to build an empire and feels like they're only at step one, right? Because someone who is trying to build an empire, they're only at step one. They are looking for a partner who's going to be able to do more, right, than just produce children and cook a meal, especially because they can more than afford to take care of all of that.
That's the way women think, really.
No, it's not the way women think. It's actually the way that
women
it works.
are the ones who are trying to secure upwardly.
Do you listen to Kevin Samuels?
And Kevin said you were earlier talking about selection bias, right?
Yeah.
Kevin Samuels' whole show was selection bias. So,
well, my question was just whether or not you listen to him.
No, not really. I don't find his show interesting, but I'm familiar.
Okay.
I mean, I used to watch it back in, when he went viral or whatever.
Oh, okay. Because like, I mean, even before he went viral, I watched him. But the thing is that when I'm not talking about the women, right? Talking about why people do what they do and the impacts that those things have. When you look at the research, right? You look at the statistics. They've been breaking this down for decades now. Married men are 40% more successful than their unmarried counterparts. Right?
Yeah,
now,
that's true.
That does not necessarily tell us cause and effect, which some people say, well, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Or is it the success, or is it the fact that they got married? Right? So it's like, well, it's a little bit of both. And that's part of what people don't realize is there are actually social benefits to marriage. This is why these men who are multi-billionaires and get divorced, right, lose 50%. We all talk about it here in these spaces. We're all up in arms, all outraged. And guess what? Those people go and get married again right away. And then, you know what? If that divorce happens and they'll get married again right away.
Sound like a benefit.
That's anecdotal. First of all, it's inherently anecdotal because there's so few men in that situation that are the head of companies. I mean, that's already a small sample size to begin with. But if you're talking about, say, people in the six-figure range, we're not talking millionaires and billionaires now. I'd like to see the data on that.
Yeah, that's actually the data that I was speaking of specifically, where I said 40% more successful. It's not even limited to just the six figures or whatever. It's actually anybody.
I've read
when compared to their unmarried counterparts at all ages, starting at 18 years old. Unmarried versus unmarried.
I've read these stories on success, and they measure success in terms of like, you live an extra couple years longer, or
No, that's only one facet. On all facets.
The matter is, even and as you're talking about chicken and the egg, like even if you're three times as likely to be successful when you're married, I really don't think that's why men are choosing to get married. Men aren't like, you know what? I'm going to be 47% more likely to be successful if I get married. Women.
They're not.
What I would say is that the men that are speaking are not getting married. Like I said before, those are dudes that suddenly have failed relationships, period, or the fact they learning from other dudes that failed in their relationships. They failed to come out and try. I don't hear the same complaint about dudes that actually have successful relationships, period, and they still for marriage.
Here's the thing: the women that we know for sure, after they played around in their 20s, they had their kids, and now they're about to hit the wall, and their options are down, and and so we see them all of a sudden wanting to find Mr. Committed, Mr. Supportive, right? They shift their whole entire attention span. They're not actively saying to themselves, well, I'm about to hit the wall. I'm about to lose my access to other resources, and that's why my priorities have changed. No, they're not saying that to themselves. But just because they're not saying that to themselves doesn't mean it's not true. No, see, that's the thing. They're saying other things to themselves. But if you put it all together, if you analyze it, if you look at it from a group dynamic and a group perspective, that's clearly what's happening, right? And so we have been able to put words to it and say, this is what happens when these women's resources are perceptually to them unlimited and forever. They're going to keep going on along the same route. When those options start to drop, suddenly their priorities change, and they're going to say it's just because they grew up. They're going to say it's just because they got tired. They're going to say it's because they want to be family women now. But that's not why. It's because their options start to run out. right? And we know
think
this.
I think they're very aware that their options are decreasing. And not only that, I think they're very aware that they're getting older and their eggs are drying up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. You think
Definitely.
so. You think so, but here's the problem.
You know
Women
so.
are not as, no, you don't. You know that that's the truth of the matter. But the thing is a lot of women, especially in this day and age, right, live under what? A semi-delusion at all times, right? So
Mhm.
actually, no, they're not. In fact, media is constantly pumping them with misinformation, so that way they are less consciously aware of a lot of things. But just because they're not consciously aware, just because their stated reasons for doing something are not matching up with what we've obviously all deduced to be true, doesn't mean it's less true. So just because the men who want to become powerhouses and have stepped on to step one, and they're like, now I got to build an empire from here, right? Now, do they sit there and think to themselves, okay, let me find my wife who's going to be social lubrication now, and so that way the social lubrication of her, she's going to be able. No, of course they're not consciously thinking those things, but those are exactly the traits they're going to look for in a woman, and the woman who does that successfully is the woman they're going to submit to.
Yes, they're looking for women, yes, but they're not looking for women in terms of this woman is going, not even subconsciously, this woman is going to be social lubrication. Maybe unless you're a politician. Maybe politicians do that.
Yeah, politicians, yeah.
But the average individual is just trying to find a woman that is good for him.
Facts.
Yeah, the average individual is not trying to build an empire. I literally actually put that in there, so you can't move the goalposts back.
Even the ones who are trying to build an empire, like I'd be interested to know how you're linking mating choices with empire building. Is there a study that specifically asks men both questions, or are you just looking at men who are successful and they happen to be married?
Well, think about the social class status. Upper class stay upper class because woman's trained to be a wife to a certain type of guy. Her family
imagine you're a rich guy.
Hold on, let me finish. His family is upper class. Her family is upper class. They get their kids together. That's how they keep their generational wealth going on in those upper class communities like that.
Facts.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, imagine you're a rich guy, right? All the women want you. And now you have a bunch of women who are presenting themselves as real high quality wife material. Yeah, why wouldn't you pick one? If that's what you're being presented with. Of course, right? When you're a rich guy, you have all the best options. So it makes sense that the rich guys are all married. But it doesn't mean they got married because the marriage was going to make them.
What's high quality wife material?
Whatever, by his assessment, whatever it is.
Exactly, and that's what we're talking about.
He's getting offers from all types of women, right?
Right, and yet he's choosing a particular type of woman, and a particular type of guy is going to be looking for a particular set of things in a woman. So a man who is very happy with his average life, living his average life and his average home with his average income, and that's all he really wants is an average life, is going to be looking for a woman who does what well? The average wife thing well, right? A woman who she's beautiful, she's submissive, she's sweet, she's gonna have his baby, she's willing to cook and clean, she's willing to respect him, she's willing to submit, and that's it. That's all he really needs. He doesn't need anything above and beyond that, right? Because that's enough. But if that isn't your goal, if your goals are something different, then if you're going to tie your life to a woman, it's going to be because she can help you fulfill those other goals. Otherwise, why would you bother?
Give me an example of a woman that actually helped a dude fulfill those other goals. Most of the dudes make it on their own merit. They don't rely on a woman. Then they pick a chick after the fact. So I don't know. Give me an example. Humor me.
Okay.
Jeff Bezos is one of them.
Who?
There you go.
Jeff Bezos.
His
wife
divorced, made him a billionaire?
She helped him get up there.
By his own testimony.
She
helped him get up there. He made it. Yes, he did most of the work, but he didn't do all of the work. She put some work in it too. Also,
you talking about the same woman that took more than
yes,
half
the one.
stuff?
No, he didn't. She didn't take nothing from him. He gave that to her. He gave her the 38 billion, and she sold most of her stock in Amazon.
Okay,
and got the for $89 billion in total.
That's fine. That is a terrible example. You got.
That is a perfect example.
Nah, she stole half his shit.
She didn't steal half. How he stole half his shit? How he stole half his shit when he offered it to her?
She didn't steal it, but here's
She
the
didn't
thing.
steal nothing.
When
He
Jeff Bezos
passed that to her.
wasn't successful, when Jeff Bezos
You don't
wasn't yet
see all that money she
successful,
got?
I
but
just
he
told
gave
you.
it to
Okay,
her.
let me explain it again.
He gave it to
Oh,
her.
okay, let me explain it again. At the time, hold on, let me talk. Let me
He
explain this again.
threatened his ass.
Let me explain this
No,
again.
he
Now, I'm gonna give
he
you a
gave
lesson
it
right
to
now.
her because
I'm
the
gonna give you
boys
a
was
lesson
gonna
right
take
now.
more.
Yo,
Nigga.
eat. You wanna learn? You wanna learn,
Well,
Shane?
guys,
Let me talk. Let me talk.
Whoa!
Let me talk. Let me talk, man.
Hey!
I'm gonna talk.
Hey, you about to get taken down? You about to get taken
Well, let
down?
me talk.
Please
Stop
don't,
talking over
guys.
me. I'm the one that's talking.
No, don't
No,
disrespect me
I'm the
when
one that's talking.
don't disrespect me when
Don't
you
Guys,
talking.
disrespect me, man. No, I was
Don't
talking. You're talking
hey,
over
guys,
me.
when you
you
see
got
that, when
yo,
I say one mic, that means one person at a time.
And I was the one
but
that was
Mel gotta
talking.
turn
He's
his
talking
mic
Melvin,
over
down.
let's
me.
do final thoughts. It's getting too heated. Maybe we can do
Yeah,
this
let's do
topic
final.
as a
I'm done with this
separate
old
thing
ass
next week.
nigga.
All right.
Okay.
Good idea. Okay, so who you want to start with? Let's start
You
with Mel. Mel, what's your final thought?
Nah,
Hmm.
go somewhere else. I'll go somewhere else. I'm too heated right
Let's
now.
no,
let Mel go last because you know he's gonna want to
Well,
respond to everyone. So let's
Oh,
keep it.
listen,
okay,
Mel, don't
Nas.
respond to nobody.
this conversation.
Right.
Nobody.
I haven't heard from Nas in a while. What's on your mind? What's your final thoughts?
You know, my final thoughts is love yourself and try to get validation from your family members first, rather than just random strangers on the internet and people that don't really matter in your life. Um, have a good day though.
All
All
right,
right,
thank you.
peace.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks, guys.
I could
Thank
go next.
you.
Can I go
Go
next?
ahead. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. What's on your
Yeah.
mind? Final thoughts.
I just came up here for a discussion. I didn't come here to fight with Mel. It's just funny how black men we can't even have a discussion about niggas yelling and shit, getting emotional like a chick. But anywho, like the topic of divested, it's all cap. We know from the jump, it's cap. So they're gonna continue to push the narrative, I guess, to try and influence like the Z generation, like maybe like your 20-year-olds and shit. But generally speaking, they're not going anywhere. I think what they're trying to do, like how you guys said, they're trying to like kind of mind fuck like black men into thinking they should panic. Oh, the black women are gonna leave us, so then we should therefore simp. We should simp to keep them around because I think that's the goal. That's the goal of most of this internet war, gender war. These girls are just trying to get men to simp. So it's just another like little, I guess, little tactic to try and achieve that mission. But it's not gonna work. But thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you so much. Let's have chaos reign. What's on your mind? Final
Nah,
thoughts.
the only thing I would say, divest at the end of the day is a game that overall people are hoping to attain while still talking crap about this community. And to be honest with you, it's getting goofy now. I don't think most people, if they got the person they want, they will not be hearing from them. If they said it, their excuse they're hearing, they want to still talk about this community because they got interact. That tells them you have not divest. Personally,
Mhm.
I know people that have fully no longer divest. Don't talk about this community, they're gone. Period. And I agree. So the people that still talking is either two things: you trying to make money here, or you just that you pick wrong. It's one or the other. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And Mr. Know It All, final thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to add to what Young Geeks was saying that it really is just at this point. I mean, it's so obvious too that it's just this mind fuck, right? Both sides say the exact same thing, right? We're highly desired over here, so we're leaving, but you can't do it because nobody wants you over there. You know what I mean? It's like if you were truly divested, why would you be trying to convince? Say you're a black woman divesting. Why would you be trying to convince black men that they can't do it too? Right? Unless it was explicitly your plan and desire that black men be left lonely, suffering without you. If you truly want to divest, you would divest and you wouldn't care who else divested. Right? But they only want black women to divest, and then they want to convince black men that we have to stay here without them. And it's also, you know, the same way, in reverse. We're leaving black women, but you can't do it because nobody's checking for you. Like, obviously, you know, both groups of these types of divestors, whatever you want to call them, SYSBMs and divestors, I think these are people who are upset at their group, at our group as black people, because they've been rejected or they feel rejected.
Mm-hmm.
And so they want the rest of the community to feel the rejection they felt. So that's it. Later
I
on.
agree with that. All right,
Thank
thanks
you
for coming. We appreciate you.
very much.
And Mel, take us out. What are your final thoughts?
Well, this is what happens when I keep forgetting when you have certain conversations with low level idiots, it will never see that side of the spectrum and keep complaining about men are so emotional and everything. But technically, real men get loud, and that's what we do and stuff. They can't tell the difference between getting loud just out masking away, or he thinking we're attacking them, which we're not. But he took it as that way, so you know that's the way it's what it is. But to Ruby's point, I definitely understand her point 100% point of view because I was backing her up because it's a certain class that you gotta live in and they play by certain rules. It's the fact that some people want them to play these rules their way. It don't work out that way. And they try to use certain other aspects like the celebrities. Celebrities don't play the game how it is with people of business class built the same business class played a certain way. Even Kevin Samuels even explained this. People that business class do things their way. People in celebrity class play the game differently. But even with that, when they reach certain status, it's based off an image and an interpretation and stuff. When even some of those celebrities, when they get married, they stock will go up a little bit more behind that. So it is what it is. Like when you play the game right, see how far you go. You like the best of your abilities. I mean, just like certain coaches would say, they don't worry about love first. They worry about keeping the culture, family unit, community together and stuff. Business first, and then everything else later. And if they do get divorced, some of them don't even handle it brutally like other people do. They just handle it the best they can, fast as possible, and that's it. Even Dr. Dre, he had to learn to take a little loss. Like, here you go. I just want this woman out of my life. Here you go. He's on moving on, and he will remarry again. Some of y'all feel like he shouldn't, but he will remarry again. Don't be shocked if you see him get married. Because, that's what rich people do, especially rich men. Right?
Well, thank you for that, Mel. We appreciate you for coming.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And GC, hi.
Hey, sliding in at the last second. All right.
You're late.
Hey, ladies, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Y'all been busy. Y'all been off for 3-4 hours. I don't even know.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we're talking, I'm gonna reset it a little bit so you can give us your thought. So pretty much we're talking about divestors. What's your thoughts on divestors? You missed a couple of our TikTok clips that we had up. You would have been really, really pissed at one with a big fat woman. But she had on a bonnet
With a
and she was
bonnet.
talking a lot of mess, yeah,
And
about
she was in
black
a bra.
men.
Yep.
Right. And you know what's funny about her? She wasn't even really a divester. She was with a black woman.
But she was divested from black men. She made sure to let us know that.
Right. Can you just take us out with that, Ruby, real quick? Can you play it one more time? I want to show GC.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Give me 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, GC, but it was a pretty good show. We were just like, you know, breaking down divestors and it was pretty funny. Everybody had good points and everything.
Okay. Yeah, I came in. I heard some real good points on the topic towards the end. As you know, I've been really busy this past week. So,
Oh, yeah,
yeah. But,
definitely.
yes.
But what do you have to say about the points that you've heard?
Well, East had a very good point, and I've always said that it's not that they're not really divesting. It is a marketing strategy. Basically, they're trying to create value, sexual value, through scarcity. So, or at least the appearance of scarcity. They want to create an artificial scarcity in order for in order to increase value to themselves. But what they don't realize that they're doing is that they're just causing an exodus because no one wants to continue to overpay. Black men have been overpaying for femininity for generations now. And,
Mhm.
um, I think people like SYSPM and, various red pill communities are, against that. And they're going to go to other communities. Like, no matter what, um, they're overcharging for something of lesser value. So even if they do divest, what they will be doing is they will be freeing up women from the other community whose men that they intend to take for the black men who also choose to divest. It's not going to end well. But once again, their intentions isn't to um, divest themselves. The women who claim to do it, their intention is to convince others so they can get a better deal.
I agree. And I was saying, just like Sinji, like she tells women to divest, like she's calling black men dusties and stuff, but she likes black men.
Hmm.
So it's so strange how they do that.
Well, yeah, that's basically to get a better deal. I mean, she's worried about the competition of women of greater value. The ones that are younger, hotter, sexier, childless, and she wants them to divest, so she would have
Mhm.
her pick of the black men who would prefer them.
That's a good point, GC. So you're saying pretty much the women who wants other women to divest are either out of shape, old, or have children or something that's like stopping them from getting the best pick of the bunch.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a number of things that make a woman low value. Age, health, meaning if she's overweight and have a multitude of children, that's the basics. That's the basics. Keep in mind that when it comes to the age issue, many women didn't. Of course, behind every old woman was a younger woman, and there were issues there. And she would hope that her competition would divest then. No, I just think that this is a an attempt to be like the only chick in the club,
I
and
Mm.
agree.
yeah, and in order to do that, you got to convince all the other chicks to not go to the club.
All right. Well, let's play. Let's play. I want to see what your opinion or how you apply your opinion to this woman.
Okay.
So let's play this for you. Enjoy.
This is how I also further know the Black community is dealing way too much in emotion and not reasoning. I told y'all I was divesting from Black men, gave y'all statistics over multiple videos. Multiple different Black women from all different parts of life have all congregated in all those comment sections to concur and add their 2 cents in and their experience. I am too educated. I listen to Black women. I have a reasoning brain that I can separate my emotions from. This is why I divest. Black men as a whole are failing. And rather than hold them accountable and force them to succeed at anything other than running their fucking mouth, y'all coddle and condone their failure. Make it make sense. You want unity, but they're not unified. Get them unified.
Yeah.
Okay.
So obviously she's displeased by rejection. Now somebody mentioned that she's into women. A lot of unlike men, women do switch teams based on sexual marketplace frustration. Men will become incels before he becomes a jihad, um, just out of aggravation. I have seen it happen, and I've seen it happen with far more attractive women than her. Um, they just get upset, tired of being a wallflower, tired of being last pick and last dick. They're just sick of that, and they start pitching for another team. I think that that's the case, but also there is a vengeance factor. A lot of people like her and not Sinji, but Crystal and Karazin, for example, a lot of them are genuinely. It's a retaliation. against a group of men that they feel rejected them. I've even seen it on the opposite side. Um, to be perfectly honest, in fact, it's commonplace on the opposite side, where a woman who's not black feels rejected by whatever race she is, and they come to us, and they essentially divest from them, and they come to black men for that reason. Um, it's they don't try to convince others to do it. They do talk up black men to their peers, but they don't really say divest purely out of hate, because that's it takes a special type of stupidity to do that. It really does, because ultimately it's a failed endeavor, and I don't think that they realize that, and that's because of the aforementioned stupidity. What they don't realize is that any man that is focused on legacy is not, and he shares her sentiment, and that's the only way he can get with a woman like that, is if he shares her sentiment about black men. Why would he give birth to one? That doesn't make any sense. Like, if he says, you know something, I agree. I agree that black men are highly dysfunctional, and I so much so that I want my son to be a black man. It's stupid. These women, I'm not talking about this one because she doesn't even have anything to offer physically. Um,
Nothing.
yeah, exactly. But these women find themselves chronically pumped and dumped for this reason, which really just it makes things so much worse for them, as far as the rejection syndrome, like the syndrome that developed out of rejection. It really makes things so much worse because it's kind of like going to trying to pledge a fraternity and they say no, and then you're like, okay, I'm going to go to this one because they let everybody in, and then they say no too. It's kind of like that.
Mm, no, I get it. I knew you wasn't gonna like her. The bonnet, the weight. I was like, let me show this to GC.
Well, no, she's definitely a highly undesirable woman. I mean, I'm not really surprised that she's of that mindset. I mean, you gotta think that you gotta understand that most of the women who talk about divesting and things like that, they're behind avatars. This
Mhm.
is very likely what their physical appearance is.
Yeah, they all look like Lonnie Love.
Yeah. The goal is to convince women who are more attractive than them to divest. And typically, and this is less true amongst Black people, or at least Black Americans, but typically they women tend to not listen to less attractive women.
That's true.
Um, Now, once again, this is less true for Black women, particularly African American women, but amongst, let's just say, Becky's, you never see like you never see the Becky that looks like this lead the pack.
Hmm.
You know,
But
so
in black communities, you do, especially like in high school. It's the big fat woman who's the leader
well, it's
of
the
the
one,
pretty girls.
yeah, it's the ones that have the best hands, because that's just the way the Black community is structured right now.
Protection. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well,
And
I just want to read this to you because I just thought this said it all. So one of these flashes she put up on the screen said, "I didn't grow up in poverty. I went to private school. My family, thanks to the men, owns land I will eventually inherit.
mm,
My wife's family has land she has and will inherit. We are building our own wealth."
mhm.
So she's divesting from Black men because they're worthless and are doing nothing for her. But by admittedly, men kept her up in private schools and, out of poverty. And the men in her family made sure that her family had riches and owned land and
Mhm.
whatnot. And yet she's claiming all of that for herself and saying she is building wealth, even though the only wealth she has is the wealth she's going to inherit from the men who built it in her family.
Well,
But,
yeah.
time to divest for Black men.
The frustration that she has doesn't come from her perceived failures of the previous generation, like her father and the men in her family. Her like no matter how wealthy a chick is, if you a fat ass ugly bitch, that your wealth isn't going to protect you from that. In fact, it's going to make matters worse. I mean, I can imagine it being horrible for her to be so damn fat and ugly because um, um, okay, here's the thing, and I noticed this in high school. Richer women tend to be better looking. Now, my theory is, and I'm talking about like in high school, I noticed it because, and I shouldn't really call them women, I should call them girls, but the girls in the private school or the well-to-do high school that were in the hills or something like that, they tend to be prettier. And my theory on that is that their mother was prettier, and that's why she married a wealthy person. Um, or she's prettier in her own right, and she became wealthy because of that. Attractive women tend to earn more. Nevertheless, there is a correlation between a young lady's wealth and her physical appearance. That didn't affect her. So she not only was unattractive by universal standards, she would be considered extremely unattractive by a private school standards. She's actually a small fish in a big pond. So her rejection would be magnified, ridiculously. We're talking about communities. Like if you ever watch a show called The Family Guy, they consider Meg Griffin fat and ugly, and that's the society. And this is just a regular white society. She would be considered just completely ridiculously fat and ugly, to the point where the ridicule is unbearable, and she would be upset that black men not only didn't protect her from it, they laughed and pointed with them. Me amongst them. Me amongst them. I definitely would a thing or two to say to somebody who's so unappealing. You know.
Yeah, definitely. I know you'll be checking on it.
And men in their early 40s are cruel as well, like because I don't like fat chicks. Yeah.
No, I get it.
Really? I had no idea.
Yeah.
You've had that so well over the years. Wow. Learn something new every day.
Yeah, but I mean, so I can understand that she had it rough. She had it like extraordinarily rough. Poor people tend to be more forgiving. I grew up poor. I wasn't forgiving, but they tend to be more forgiving than well-to-do people. So she had it extremely rough, and she's just out for revenge.
I agree with that. So you think she's lying about being rich and coming from that type of background?
Well, no, I think that part is true, and I think that that it probably made things worse.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and you got to understand, like something is wrong with their brain. So because anybody who has that type of ridicule and not lose weight is their brain isn't correct. Their brain isn't correct. Like if people are poking fun and laughing at, say my sweater vest, and they did that my entire life, I either develop tougher skin around it and say, forget everybody, I'm going to wear a sweater vest, or I just get rid of the sweater vest. But I'm not going to I'm not going to try to convince people not to date the particular group of people that let's just say a sorority. Let's just say the AKAs made fun of my sweater vest. I'm not going to just say I'm either going to get rid of it or don't. I'm not going to say don't date AKAs. That's ridiculous. But and trust me, getting rid of a sweater vest is a lot easier than getting rid of weight. But her brain is so messed up. Her brain is so messed up that she has the money to like get lipo and stuff, and she still don't.
Yeah. Maybe she loves herself the way she is.
That's not herself. Fat is not a self. It's not. It's extra stuff that wraps around yourself. You ever
Mhm.
wrap something in bubble wrap? That's fat. And when you take the bubble wrap off and then you have like a nice vase or something, that's the actual self. That's the actual thing. Just like when you take stuff out the box, like fat is something that holds yourself. It's not it insulates yourself. It's not who you are, is what surrounds you. It's a natural jacket.
Facts.
Uh,
Yeah. But
yeah.
I mean,
But no, I mean it, and trust me, a lot of divestors, if you remove the avatar, they're definitely like that. And once again, it's not just the physical appearance, even though that would be the root cause of a lot of women's rejection, physical appearance. But there are other reasons why women get rejected a lot, and least of all, sometimes it's just bad luck. Sometimes is you'll be surprised at how easy it is for a woman, a regular woman, a woman who many would consider a good catch, could just have a series of bad lucks.
like how? What kind of bad luck? Just
Well, I mean, you just picked the wrong guy. Women, reasonably attractive women tend to have, an enormous amount of options. You pick one. Guys have reasons to tell you what you want to hear, and that can happen several times.
right.
It can. I mean, I know women who liked one guy, courted him, slept with him, and then liked another, did the same, and even though it's just two guys, she got a reputation, and that was pretty much it. You know.
Oh, yeah, it's really easy to get a reputation. You could sleep with one guy and get a reputation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's all sorts of things that get you bad reputation. I'll never. Well, I don't want to tell that story, but no, like some women just have bad luck. Some women are homebodies. Like there's a lot of things that keep women single, that keep decent women single. Um, other than just their physical appearance, and I think a lot of that is going on. And sometimes what these women do is they take their frustrations out. Because
Right.
and notice that, and another thing, the longer a woman go without penis, the crazier she gets. So think about like that scene on Malcolm X when he was in like solitary confinement, and
Hmm.
the longer he was in there, the worse it got, the crazier and crazier it got. That's women absent penis. So like a lot of, yeah, the frustration manifests itself in a lot of different ways, but once they get it, they turn normal again.
They turn normal again.
Yeah, until
That
they
sounds
lose.
like the topic of a show. We should do.
Right.
Well, I mean, until they lose it again, and you'll see the pattern of behavior. Like I follow this British chick, I am Eloho, right? And
Hmm.
and you can, if you go to her channel, you'll see, like y'all need to stay away from these men and blah 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 blah. And she just goes on that because she's been at it for years. She has a huge following, and then she
Hmm.
gets a penis, and then all of a sudden she's like Kevin Samuel's biggest supporter. And she's like, this is why I don't believe the person in the bed was Kevin. She was just on the train. She damn near sounded red pill, and then she lost the penis, and then she's back on her tirade.
Wait, you said I am a Loho did this?
Yeah,
The dark skin chick?
yeah, dark skin chick.
Wow. I never thought she would take up for Kevin.
She got penis. I'm telling you, like penis will set you normal. Penis will set you normal.
Yeah, wow. Eloho's one of the worst.
Yeah, Yeah. Well, she's back to being the worst, but when she went through that period of time when she was getting irregular, everything was okay. I mean, and it's not just in YouTube world. I've seen it in regular world where women, even Cynthia G. I don't have it anymore, but even Cynthia G admitted, and this is probably when she was first started dating Robert Perkins, that it was all a facade. She was just lashing out. She don't really believe the whole beta male stuff like that. Even she admitted to that. Um, she took that video down, but of course, when things went bad in that relationship, it was back to regular beta male, talk and all that stuff. This is just the frustration of being absent penis. Women weren't meant to have empty vaginas. They weren't. It wasn't meant to be empty. It was meant to be filled until she urinates and then filled again. Like that's what it was made for.
Right.
Oh, and babies.
Of course.
Yeah,
Gotta pop a couple of babies out of it
exactly.
first. Yeah. So
Okay.
Right. Chaos Rain was asking to come back. Do you want him to come back or you want to?
No, because we're shutting down now.
Right. GC, you have any final thoughts before we shut down?
No, that was unfortunately my first and last thought. Sounds like I missed a great show. Great topic. But yeah, I guess replay.
That's it. All right. Well, thanks for coming, GC. And thank you,
Yeah.
everybody, for coming through as usual for Live and Upfront Media. Ruby, have anything to say to our people?
See you next week.
See you next week.
Yeah, that's about it.
All right.
Cheers, y'all.
See you next week. Peace.
Peace.
Cheers.